Good morning, Rad Torque Raceway. It is good to be back. Good to see everybody here today. Got a lot to get through today. We've got a 10 o'clock start today. That is what we are shooting for. Once again, we're shooting for 10 o'clock start. If you want to hear everything coming over the PA, it is 88.9. 88.9 FM. If you want to listen into the announcer here, listen to some music as well. We got some downtime today. We got a lot to get through. First race of the day is going to be double points, double payout, and then we will try to run a second race immediately after. Now that is subject to change. We got a lot to get through today. I want you guys on your toes. Please be ready when I call you down to the staging lanes. But once again, we are trying for 10 o'clock. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Racers, I got the run order for you guys. We're going to have Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro, Juniors, Bikes, Test and Tune, and then Heavy Metal. Once again, your run order for today. Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro, Juniors, Bike, Test and Tune, and Heavy Metal. Now, if you are in the back of the pits, maybe at the end of row 5, end of row 6, you guys are having a tough time hearing me, make sure you guys tune into 88.9 FM. Turn on your radios so you can hear me. Call your classes down to the staging lanes. Once again, we're just working on the track surface here. Hopefully, we're trying for a 10 o'clock start. It may get pushed back here a little bit. But please, for our first call is going to be for Sportsman. Not yet, but very soon. So attention in the pits. Sportsman, you guys are on deck. I will be calling you very shortly. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. For our racers, if you guys could bring your buy-ins to the tower, please. If you guys could bring your buy-ins to the tower, please, for all of our classes. We're going to be on track here soon, folks. We're probably going to be pushing it back till about 11 o'clock. We're trying to deal with a couple sensor problems, but hopefully, as time goes on, we're getting closer and closer to getting some cars down the racetrack. We appreciate your guys' patience. I'll be back soon. I'll let you guys know, give you guys like a 15-minute heads up when we're going to start racing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Emily Gerard, if you can make your way to the second floor of the tower, please. Emily Gerard, if you can make your way to the second floor of the tower, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Paul Blagden. Paul Blagden, if you can make your way to the tower, please. Paul Blagden, can you make your way to the tower, please? Sportsman competitors, you guys are first up. Can we have you guys come on down to the staging lanes? This is the first call for sportsmen to the staging lanes, please. And if you can't hear me out there in the back, please tune your radios into 88.9. Once again, 88.9 for the radio station here at Rad Torque. I just made the first call for our sportsman category. Pro, you are on deck. All right, attention in the pits. For our drivers today, you guys need to bring your buy-ins before eliminations. We will not let you run down the track unless you have those buy-ins in. So if you have not brought your money to the tower, you're getting saved right now that we are fixing the track up. But you guys need to make your way to the tower, pay your buy-ins, then it's done. Then we can go racing here today. We're just doing a little bit of dragging, and we're going to be ready. This is our second call for sportsmen to the staging lanes, please. Second call, sportsmen. You guys can make your way down to the staging lanes. All right, our first pair of the day, Kevin Greenman and Jared Greenan. Jared, he's in his 82 C1500, 75 on the reaction time. Kevin, 111. Gonna go out the end 986 for Jared, 1186, pardon me, and 1214 for Kevin. Third and final call for sportsmen. Third and final call for sportsmen to the staging lanes, please. This will be first call for pro. First call pro to the staging lanes, please. First call pro. Right-hand side, we got Randy Wilton out of Edmonton, Alberta, in his Camry. He goes 45 on the wrong side. Brendan making a little bit of a sandwich, making his way down to the end of the quarter mile. Brendan goes out the end 14:09, 2 at 100 miles an hour, and Randy 14:29 with a 1 at 101. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call pro. Second call pro to the staging lanes, please. Second call for pro. Super Pro, you are on deck. Super Pro, you are on deck. Chad McKenzie making his way down the racetrack, 1194 at 111. Kevin Lupien, he goes out the end 1461 in that 14 Dodge Ram. Our next pair, Waylon Carlson out of Edmonton, Alberta, making his qualifying run with Rob Klein Beekman, I believe. I can't see all the letters, but I imagine that's what it is. If I'm wrong, please come correct me. 88 on the tree for Waylon. Rob, 103. Third and final call. Third and final call pro class for your qualifying round number 1. Third and final call pro. I'm going to make this first call for Super Pro. First call Super Pro down to the staging lanes right in behind the pro class. Once again, first call Super Pro to the staging lanes. Eric making his way down the racetrack in that yellow Camaro, right-hand side. Don't have any information on him. He's 38 on the tree, 1172 with an 8. Eric goes out the end at 1339 with a 6. Wes Nystrom and John Schmidt. John out of Sherwood Park, Wes out of Edmonton. John leaving a little early. He's 25 on the wrong side. West went out the end 1565 with a 6 at 88 miles an hour. John 1698 with a 7. I believe we're coming up to our last couple pairs of our sportsman category. We got pro in the staging lanes. Left-hand side in the Summit Lane, Edmonton, Alberta, Felix Ozdowski. He's 70 on the tree, up against Neil McDonald out of Calmar in his 68 Chevy Chevelle. He's 74 on the tree. Gonna get to the stripe first is Neil, 1190 with a 6 at 115. Felix goes up the end 12:39.7 at 110, or at 109, sorry. And our last car of Sportsman, Paul Blagden, Beaumont, Alberta, in his 76 Scamp. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, if you are not in the lanes, you are late. Pro, if you are not in the lanes, you are late. Because I'm making second call for Super Pro. Second call for Super Pro. Follow in behind the Pro class. Second call, Super Pro Junior Dragsters. You are on deck. Second call for Super Pro Junior Dragsters. You guys are on deck. Now we are moving into our Pro category. Brian Harlock, left-hand side. He's got a 73 Dodge Dart Sport. Right-hand side, not on file yet, but will be soon. Brian, 32, right-hand side, 008. Best reaction time of the day so far. Not going to be the best one of the day. 9:35 at 1:41 for that yellow car on the right-hand side. Brian goes out the end 10:32.2. Moving us into our next pair. Another driver not on file, right-hand side. Nice to see everybody coming out to Rad Torque Raceway here for this weekend. Nice to see you here. We got Mike Swanson, left-hand side, out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta. He's in the Summit Lane in his 02 Chevy S10. Mike, 24 up front, right-hand side, missed it. Making a little bit of a sandwich on the starting line. 11:27 at 1:19 for Mike. Right-hand side goes out the end 11:71 at 1:18. Next pair, Mike Lipek. Olds, Alberta, in his 71 Duster Summit side, going up with Jason Prosler out of Stony Plain in his 70 Chevy Chevelle. Both turning on the red light. Mike is the less of, not the worst red this time. Jason, 35 on the wrong side. Mike, 27 on the wrong side. 11:06 goose egg for Mike. And Jason, 11:28.6 at 1:19. Left-hand side, Alan Warunke, I'm going to say. Edmonton, Alberta, in his 85 Camaro. And Roger, I want to say Bo. I'm going to say Bo. Spruce Grove, Alberta, in his 78 Chevy Camaro. Allen, 1:22 on the reaction time. Roger, he's 41 on the wrong side. Third and final call. Third and final call. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Third and final call. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Gonna make this first call, juniors. First call, junior dragsters. Down to the staging lanes, please. Left-hand side, Peter Noyen out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, in his 74 Duster. With Lance Churchuk, Leduc, Alberta, 69 Duster. Oh my goodness gracious, we are 2 classes in, we already have a trip zip. Lance Churchuk, first perfect light of the weekend. He goes out 11:68.0 At 114, Peter, 1070 with a 1. Next pair in our pro qualifying round number 1. Jason Bourne, Airdrie, Alberta, in his 88 Chevy S10 with Kevin Reiger in his 88 Dodge Dakota out of Cold Lake, Alberta. Jason was ready for it. Kevin was not. Jason's 15 up front. Hits a quarter mile at 10:29 with a 3. 12:56.2 for Kevin. Left-hand side, not on file, but Cole Blagden, right-hand side, Beaumont, Alberta. Both drivers, a lot on the red side. Both of them red by more than 100. Really wanting it today. Cole Blagden goes out the end 10:89.0 at 120. Left-hand side, 12:93.5 at 107. Next pair, Dwight Alfry, Sherwood Park, Alberta, in his 74 Barracuda. With Ed Matajewski out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, to 72 Chevy Nova, left-hand side. Ed, 36 up front. Dwight, 48 on the wrong side. Dwight going to get there first, 10:20 with a 4 at 132, and Ed, 12:01.7 at 109. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Second call, junior dragsters. Second call, junior dragsters. Need you guys down to the staging lanes if you're not already there. Also want to put our bike class on standby. Bike class on standby. I also have some buy-ins that need to be paid. Brendan Phillips, Randy Wilton. Brendan Phillips, Randy Wilton. Please make your way to the tower, pay your buy-in. That last pair, Russ Kirkenhammer. He's 15 on the wrong side, 9:49.5 with Chuck Amioit. He goes 10:33.9 at 136. Once again, if you did not hear me, Brendan Phillips and Randy Wilton, you guys need to make your way to the tower, please, to pay your buy-in. Left-hand side leaves nicely, goes out the end 9:05 at 150. Angelo Rinaldi maybe having some problems or maybe just waiting. Angelo having some problems. Going to be a slow roller down the racetrack. Hopefully he gets everything figured out. Just waiting for him to get off the track. As we get into our last two pairs of pro cars, right-hand side, I believe, is Jason Mercer. Oh my goodness, another perfect light here in the pro category. The second one and identical to the one earlier. Jason Mercer, trip zip 9 and goes 10.16.3 at 134. Left hand side goes up the end 11.74 at 118. Caleb Menzel, right hand side. Probably seen all the promotions with him in it. That car does some mean wheel stands. See what it does today. It does the same on the bumper, back down. He is 3 on the red side. Caleb Menzel, you are crazy. 11.27.2, getting out of it. So region, that car got shared on social media so much, but our first pair of Super Pro, Jason Sullivan, left-hand side, with Bella Dalla. Right-hand side, Beaumont for Jason, and Ardrosin for Bella. Bella 134, missed it. Jason 34. Bella shutting it off early, 9.66.9, and for Jason, he goes 8.88.6 in that 01 chassis dragster. Brings up our pair of door cars here. Greg McClellan, Spruce Grove, Alberta, in his 67 Barracuda, up with Shaylin Smith in her 69 Chevy Camaro. Greg on the red side, 40. Shaylin, 20 up front. Shaylin goes out the end, 10.46. Greg, 9.49 with a 5 at 139. Bring up our next pair. Pat Doniak, Zeba Beach, Alberta, 27 Ford Roadster, right-hand side with Emily Gerard, Chilliwack, British Columbia, in her 02 RAD-sponsored dragster. $14 for Emily, getting a little wobbly out there, not sure what's going on with her car. $25 for Pat. Emily shuts it off early, 9.16 at 145 for Pat. All right, we're getting closer to finishing up our Super Pro category juniors. Third and final call for junior dragsters. We need you guys down to the staging lanes. Third and final call, junior dragsters. That last pair, Randy Schmidt, he's Late on the tree, must have missed it. Looking down, sneezed, something. 9:33.4 for him going out the end. And Clint Dalla, 15 up front, 8:93 with an 8 at 1:52. And the next pair of our Super Pro category, Brett Fitt. Rocky View, Alberta, in that 62 Chevy Nova with Corey Newman. St. Albert, Alberta, 1937 Chevy Coupe. And another perfect red. What is going on today, guys? You guys are after it. I love it. 11th out red for Corey. Goes out the end, 8:53.7. And Brett, trip, zip, 6, wrong side, sadly. But he goes out the end, 9:79.4. I'm going to make this first call bikes. First call bikes to the staging lanes, please. First call bikes to the staging lanes, please. Sean Tracy, right-hand side in his 63 Chevy Corvette. Turns it 16 on the wrong side. Left-hand side, missed it, 113. Don't have his name on file, but I will soon. Sean, 8:75.0 at 155.5 mile an hour. 9:51.0 at 140 for your Summit driver. Left-hand side, Sherman Schlott. Stony Plain, Alberta, Spitzer Dragster, Jason Talbot. Right-hand side, Calgary, Alberta, in his 67 Chevy Nova. I'm going to make this second call for bikes and test and tune. Test and tune, you are on standby. Second call for our bike category. And I'm going to make this the on deck for our test and tune class. Next pair. Sorry, pardon me, I already called these guys out. Talbot having some issues, didn't pull up the boost fast enough. 7.99.1 for Sherman. He's 21 up front. Jason taking that Nova to 8.11 with a 2 at 173. I'm going to make this first call, test and tune. First call, test and tune to the staging lanes, please. First call, test and tune to the staging lanes. This pair, Mike Swanson doubling up. Classes here today, Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, 02 Chevy S10. 30 on the wrong side. He's up against Rod. Want to say Boyven. Believe it's Boyven. 773.3. In that 02 Pontiac Firebird, he was 48 up front. Mike goes out the end 11:31.1 at 119. Believe I just seen Peter Noyen in Pro, and he's here in Super Pro. 74 Duster right-hand side with Lance. Yeah, if you are in Lance's pit left-hand side, in his 1980 Arrow at Ardrossan. I'm not even going to attempt to say that name. But Peter, red. Lance, green. 176 to a 74 red. Lance goes out the end 10.75.6 at 124. Peter, 10.75.6. Matching 10.75s with a 6. Lance Churchuk coming up for his second, or in his second class, sorry, 009. Nice. 11.69 with a 1. Now with the Lancet rounds out our Super Pro category, we're moving into junior dragsters. Want to make this second call, test and tune. Second call, test and tune. Gonna put heavy metal on deck. Second call, test and tune. Heavy metal, you guys are on deck. Presley McLean, right-hand side. She missed it. Left-hand side is 7 on the wrong side. Napa side, Dylan Baker, High River Albertans 08 KCS Junior. Gonna be making a single here. Last car of our Junior Thunder category. Third and final call, test and tune. Third and final call, test and tune. Dylan 95 on the wrong side, 94.8 on the wrong side, but he goes out the end 13:36.7 at 49 miles an hour. All right, guys, if you guys have not come up to the tower, I got some names here who have not bought in. You need to make your way to the tower and come and pay for the race day. Brendan Phillips, Randy Wilton, Ed Matajewski, Chuck Amioit, and Grant Hughes. Once again, Brendan Phillips, Randy Wilton, Ed Matajewski, Chuck Amioit, Grant Hughes. Make your way to the tower, please, with your money for your class. You're going to keep hearing your name until you come and pay. 9:02.2 for Sarah Duchesne, right-hand side, left-hand side not on file. Will be soon. Left-hand side goes 9:21.4 at 69 miles an hour. And if you're here in the stands, we appreciate you guys. You guys are amazing for coming out here this weekend. If you guys need any water, you need any food, as for our racers as well, you need water, you need food, head your way down to the concession. I had their breakfast sandwiches this morning. They are delicious. Sausage or bacon. Get yourself some of those. But on the racetrack, we got Riker Dupuis at a millet. Left-hand side, not on file yet, but will be soon, don't you worry. And for those of you hanging out in the chat bleachers, I see there's 15 of you in here. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We got our audio fixed, so I hope you guys can hear me still. But that pair, 8:23.6 at 80 miles an hour for Riker, left-hand side, 9:04.8 at 72 miles an hour. Cohen LaPriest, left-hand side. Eberts Brothers Racing, sponsored Junior Dragster in your Summit Lane. Also sponsored by Iron Wing Tank and Vac. Recently at the Peanut Butter and Jam Nationals, they sponsored the entire junior categories entries. Quite an amazing thing for them to do. Quite a cool thing. Our next generation of racers is right here, folks. I came out of it. I know lots of racers who have come out of the juniors. Great thing to do on the weekends, but for Cohen, he's 80 up front and 42 for your Napa lane. Once again, I believe I made third and final call for test and tune. This is going to be first call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Make your way down to the staging lanes, please. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Benjamin Helena in your Summit Lane, sponsored by Helena Farms, coming up here to make his first time run. Got a licensing junior here, Napa side. right, well, we got some test and tune drivers going down the racetrack. I'm going to make the second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem down to the staging lanes. Napa lane, 1174.4 at 103. Summit lane goes out the end 1067.3 at 123. Now we got Leo Hardaway, right-hand side, Edmonton, Alberta, in his 23 Ford Altered. Five on the wrong side for Leo, but goes out the end 8:59 at 1:53.5. Well, looks like we have a blown, I don't even want to say what it is and be wrong, but it looks like a Bel Air fin. I have no idea. But it's a loud car and coming up here to make a test run here this weekend. The Zoomies are screaming 7:56 at 180. All right, attention, all of our racers. I thank you guys for being so on the ball today. You guys have been great so far. I appreciate everyone coming down to the staging lanes as fast as they can. Makes a huge difference for us trying to get cars down the track. So once again, I want to say thank you. While we're coming to the end of our test and tune class, we're moving into heavy metal. Third and final call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Third and final call for you guys. Mike Lauderwald, right-hand side at Edmonton, Alberta. Testing his 67 Chevy Chevelle. Turns at 56 on the wrong side. Sounds like maybe he shut it off early. No. 987.4 at 100, or no, he did shut it off early. 987 with a 4 at 100 miles an hour. For Mike, Danielle Moderson, Edmonton, Alberta. She's in her 2000 Neil V dragster. Pro class, you are on deck. Pro, you are on deck. Danny, 12 on the 11-9 on the wrong side. Goes 8-61-4 at 157. Brendan Phillips, Randy Wilton, and Greg McClellan. Wilton, Brendan Phillips, and Greg McClellan. If you guys can please make your way to the tower and pay the ladies. Second floor of the tower, not the media booth, the one beside it. Brendan Phillips, Randy Wilton, and Greg McClellan. Please make your way to the tower. I will continue to call your names. So if you are in their camp, you are in their pit, please tell them to come and pay the ladies. Jeanette Coleman, Sherwood Park, Alberta, 68 Chevy Chevelle. She's 90 up front. Goes 11-21-7 at 118. All right, and we are moving in to our heavy metal mayhem. For their first qualifier of the day, Justin Dehoniak, Spruce Grove, Alberta. He's in his 06 TNT dragster. Going up with a new car for Darren O'Connor, Pinoca, Alberta. He's in his 90 Ford Mustang. Bright orange, got a 427 Ford in it. Justin, 34 up front, 448, 64 for Darren, 658.7. Next pair, Michael Scholl out of Calgary, Alberta. He is in that 2022 TNT dragster in your Napa lane. Your Summit lane, Mark Bold, Red Deer, Alberta. He's in his 08 Mullis in the Summit lane. All right, attention in the pits. Two qualifying hits today for all classes. Once again, two qualifiers. I believe earlier I made a mistake. Pro, you are not on standby. Sportsman, you are on standby. Michael Scholl, 8 on the wrong side, 46 for Mark Bold. Michael goes out the 8th of a mile, 462.8. Mark, 487.6. Connie Baker and Joe Graves. Joe is not in the Pontiac. He has got a 2010 M&M dragster. Bought that dragster off of Gro this winter, bringing it out, I believe, for the first time this year. I could be wrong, but I think so. Once again, Pro, you are not on standby. Pro, you are not on standby. Sportsman is on standby. Sportsman, you are on standby. Coming up with Joe is Connie Baker, High River, Alberta, in her 2000 Spitzer dragster. Connie, 44. Joe, 18 on the wrong side. 504.3 for Connie at 136. Joe, 469.5. Mike Lipik. Believe he's double classing today as well. A lot of double classers today. Olds, Alberta in his 71 Duster with Tristan Duchesne out of Beaumont in his Brogy Roadster. Double 08, Tristan Duchesne in the Brogy. He goes out the 8th of a mile, 5:49. 9. And Mike, 7:013 at 98 miles an hour. Lincoln Rutherford, left-hand side in your Summit lane. 71 Ford Pinto. He's going up to make his first qualifier with Jeff Talbot, 71 Chevy Chevelle out of Olds. Both on the red side. We'll be running that run. Lincoln 12 on the wrong side, Jeff 35 on the wrong side. Lincoln goes out the end 6, 32.7. Jeff 5:49.1. Jody Herman and Dale Bristow. This is the next pair making their first qualifier. 08 Mullis for Dale, 11 M&M for Jody. Jody's in the Napa lane, Dale in the Summit lane. Double 02 on the wrong side for Jody Herdman. Dale 28. Jody goes out the end 4:93.9. And Dale 4:60 with a 5. Holy chat bleachers, there's 29 of you here. Love to see you guys here. Love to see all of our people in the bleachers as well, all of our spectators. We appreciate you guys. I see one guy waving at me. Thank you very much. You guys are amazing. Thanks for coming out here and spending your day at Rad Torque Raceway. Don't forget, you guys can go talk to all the racers. Go get some food at the Rad Torque Raceway concession. Get some water. Get some adult beverages to keep yourself cool today. But our next pair, Cody Graves, left-hand side. He's in his 07 TNT, and Jason Mercer, double classing in his 07 Roadster. Double O Reds a pair, 4 for Cody, 7 for Jason. Cody making his way down the 8th of a mile, 4:67.7, 6:52.2 for Jason. Also, attention in the pits. If you or anyone in your crew know that I am saying your name wrong, please do not hesitate to come up to the media booth and tell me otherwise. Same with you, chat bleachers. If you can sound out on a text and you notice I'm saying someone's name wrong, please tell me, because I will continue to say it wrong until someone corrects me. I'm guessing up here, but Tony Osterkar, Drayton Valley, Alberta, in his 84 Ford Ranger, goes 29 red. 001 red for Warren Niche. In his 02 PT Cruiser, 6:02.5 for Warren, 7:08.4 for Tony. And our next pair, Teresa Gates, Medicine Hat, Alberta, in her 07 TNT Dragster, finished this car this winter. Making her pass with Chris Melnick out of Leduc, Alberta, in his 73 Duster. All right, I'm going to make this first call, sportsman. First call, sportsman to the staging lanes, please. First call for sportsman to the staging lanes. Oh, Chris Melnick having problems. Didn't hold on the trans brake. Or the trans brake didn't hold, pardon me. Rolls through. Patrice at 25 up front goes 4.95.7. All right, Darrell Smith, left-hand side, Foothills, Alberta, in his 2010 Chevy Corvette Roadster. And Justin Hamlick, Edmonton, Alberta, in 72 Chevy Nova in the Napa lane. $23 to a 45. Advantage to Darrell. 5:37.0 for Darrell. It's 6:13.2 for Justin. Another Gates coming up here. Ray Gates, Medicine Hat, Alberta, 18 Miller Dragster in your Summit lane with Clint Dalla at Ardros in Alberta in his 67 Chevy Camaro. Double red. Clint, 20 on the wrong side. Ray, 7. 465 at 148 for Ray. And 569.5 for Clint. Bat to Honeyak, Seba Beach, 27 Ford Roadster, Napa side with Mike Swanson out of Fort Sask in his 02 S10. I believe I've seen both of these, the Roadster and the truck, multiple times. Pretty sure this is the second one for Pat. And I'm pretty sure Mike is in 3 classes today. Which is wild. That is a quick turnaround for him today. A lot of times, hopefully. He's 12 green. Nice. Pat, 13 on the wrong side. Pat's going to take it out the 8th of a mile at 577 at 118. 712.7 for Mike. Rebecca Bartel, Summit side, in her 03 Mullis Dragster at a Red Deer. Up with Wayne DeRose, 68 Chevy Camaro at a Fort St. John, British Columbia. Second call, sportsman. Second call, sportsman to the staging lanes, please. Second call, sportsman to the staging lanes, please. Wayne, 006, and shuts it off early. Rebecca, 73. She missed it. 462.1 at 148. Wayne shutting it down early. We're going to wait for him to get off track before we send this next pair of Lane and Robin. The 3 DeRoses are one after the 2, or one before the 2, because Robin and Lane DeRose. Robin, right-hand side. Lane, left-hand side. 06 TNT for Lane. 09 Mullis for Robin. Robin missed it. Lane 32 to Robin's 80. Robin gets there first. 5:26 for Robin. And yes, that is Braden Helena out of Vegreville, Alberta in that 67 Ford Shelby Mustang. The 300-foot burnout after the car sits for a long time. Bet you it just feels like home. Making his pass with Emily Gerard out of Chilliwack in her 02 dragster. Coming back for her second class. Double red. Emily sneezed. Not sure what happened there, but she goes out the end 4:74.6. Very red. And Braden, 21 on the wrong side, goes 5:48.9 in that Mustang. Tanner, Summit Side. Tanner Gates, sorry, Medicine Hat, Alberta, in his, that is not his answer. I believe that is, I want to say it's an 08 TNT, but I'm not sure if it's an 08. I know it's a TNT. I can see the sticker. With Shane, I'm not even going to try. I knew I should have asked him this yesterday when I seen him on how to say his last name properly. I'm not doing it. It's just not going to happen. Shane out of Mundare in that TNT dragster right-hand side. Helena Farms, SDHP shop helping him out to make their first qualifiers of the day. Third and final call, Sportsman. Third and final call, Sportsman. We are coming to the end of our heavy metal class, and it is your turn for your second qualifier. Third and final call, Sportsman. And I'm going to make this first call for Pro. First call, Pro to the staging lanes in behind Sportsman. First call for Pro to the staging lanes. If you're... Shane is 40. Tanner is 4 on the wrong side. 449.2 at 155. Shane 481.5 at 146. We got Randy Moderson coming up for our last car of a Heavy Metal Mayhem. 35 on the wrong side in that 63 Chevy Corvette. Hits the 8th mile, 5:26.0. And now moving into our Sportsman category. Once again, I made first call for Pro. I'm going to make it second call for Pro in behind Sportsman. Second call for Pro in behind Sportsman. Super Pro, you are on deck. Super Pro, you are on deck. All right, the first pair of the second qualifying round. Wally Kuzyuk. Kuzik? I don't know. He's 17 on the wrong side. And he's racing with John Schmidt out of Sherwood Park in his '07 Chevy 2500. Wally goes out the end 11.75.5. John 16.86.0. And the Greenans again. Jared left-hand side in the 82 GMC 1500, C1500. And Kevin in his 70 Chevy Nova. 26 to an 83. Jared repping the 26. Jared goes out the end 11.84.9. Kevin 12.09.1. We got Brendan Phillips and Randy Wilton. Randy in the 87 Toyota Camry pulling up the boost. 51 on the tree. Brendan quite a bit on the red side. Starts with a 2 in his 22 Honda. 2 front-wheel drive cars making their way down. 13.60 with an 8. 14.47.9 for Brendan. Randy almost hitting that 100 miles an hour. 99.93. Brings up Chad McKenzie in her '08 Dodge Charger with Ashley Isabel in her '08 Magnum SRT 8. Chad 177 on the tree, and Ashley, her reaction time starts with a 4. 12.045 for Chad, 12.45.7 for Ashley. Paul Blagden left-hand side, Beaumont, Alberta in his 76 Scamp, and Rob Klein-Beekman in his 22 Dodge Ram. I'm not sure what that is. I'm not going to say it. I have no idea. But he's 14 on the tree in Sportsman. It's pretty good. That last pair, Paul 12.57.6 at 83 miles an hour pretty much. And Rob goes out the end 14.41.3 at 98 miles an hour. Looks like we're sending our staff down there to go check out the track. Maybe something has fallen off of a car. Maybe off that last pair. Once again, folks, just as a reminder for our racers, if you are experiencing problems and you don't know if you are leaking or not, the better solution than just rolling it down the track is to pull over to the side. We can do a check. You can start your car up, and if you have to move all, and if you can drive the car all the way down the track, that is much better. So once again, if you're not sure if you are leaking and you are having problems and you have to stop, please pull over so that if you are leaking, we don't have to deal with that. But we're going to be into a little break here, folks. I want to thank some of our sponsors here today while we get our track checked out. We got Napa and Summit Racing Equipment, obviously, repping the boards. We got our Mutual Propane Burnout Box. Sorry, I got a little caught up there, folks. All our sponsors, I just talked about our burnout box from Mutual Propane. We got Sideshow Fabrication and Paint, the Golf Cart People, Wheaton Honda, Powerhouse Machining Limited, OC Diesel, Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, sponsoring one of our classes here today. Actually, a series, pardon me. Crystal Glass, Ron Hodgson, Chevrolet Buick GMC, Key Egg Kubota, Finning Cat, Ace Racing, Coast Nisku Inn and Conference Center, Prime Engine Remanufacturing, Cooper Equipment Rentals, Sip Vodka, the official vodka of Rad Torque Raceway. We also have our Sip Vodka Lounge. Not sure if it's open here today, but it will be for Hot August Night Gear coming up on Wednesday. So if you guys are out here today, you guys want to come out tomorrow, you want to come out Wednesday, that's a great idea in my books. I'm going to be here. Well, I have to be here. But definitely come out for that. We also have our Smoked Out Shootout coming up next weekend. Got a lot of guys coming up there. I believe we have some 10.5s, some X275s, and a lot of money for our bracket classes. But as we get the track checked out here, folks, we're going to take a little break. Maybe go get yourself a water, get yourself some food from a Rad Torque Raceway concession. Well, for right now, we're going to wait till we get the all clear and we are okay. And we will be back to qualifying round number 2 for sportsmen. And we're back, just like that. Waylon Carlson, Edmonton, Alberta, in his 03 Dodge Dakota, going up against another Dodge of Kevin Lupien. I'm going to say that's right. I hope it's right. Out of Surrey, British Columbia, for Kevin, making the drive all the way over here to Edmonton. Maybe a little excited, was sitting in the truck for too long. He goes a lot red. Waylon, 58. And hits the quarter mile at 1:03, goes 13:08 with a 3. Kevin, 15:10 with a 1. Debbie Sturat out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. She's got her 72 Buick Riviera. And Wes Nystrom in his 81 GMC. I'm going to make this third and final call for pro. Third and final call, pro class. It's your time to make your way down to the staging lanes. And for our racers, if you guys are in the staging lanes and the next class is underneath the tower and there's quite a bit of space, or there's nobody underneath the tower, you are more than welcome to pull straight up underneath the tower so I can fill up the lane some more so we can keep cars going down the racetrack. With this pair of our qualifying round number 2 of Sportsman, 77 for Neil McDonald, left-hand side. He has got that 68 Chevy Chevelle and 2010 Chevy Camaro of Eric Plinst. Neil goes out the end 12.035 at 113. Eric 13.21.7. Felix in his 70 Chevy. Felix Ostowski, that was the guy who just went down the single right-hand side. 70 Chevy Camaro for him. He goes 12.42.6 at 108, which brings up, I believe, our last pair of sportsmen. Jaden Melnick and Leduc, Alberta, in his 75 Chevy Malibu with Kevin Rieger. I'm not sure. 89 to a 210. Jaden repping the 210, making his way down the Summit lane. Goes 11.98.1 at 116. Kevin 12.60 with a 7. All right, I just made third and final call for pro. This is your last call to the staging lanes because I'm going to make this first call. Super Pro to the staging lanes. First call, Super Pro. Dwight Alfry and Alan Warunke. Dwight was in your left-hand side in that 74 Barracuda. He goes 10.21.0 at 131. Alan 11.60 with the 4 at 114. And for our next pair of pro, Jason Prosler, right in the name. Stony Plain, Alberta, 70 Chevy Chevelle, left-hand side. And in the Napa Lane, Russ Kirkhammer. St. Albert, Alberta, 69 Dodge Cornet. Looking to make their last qualifying of the day. Jason, 72, and Russ, 66 on the wrong side. Russ goes out the end 9.41.2 at 143. Jason 11.28.6 at 118. Mike Swanson's back, and so is Cole Blagden. Mike in that 02 Chevy S10 out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta. He's in the Napa lane, and in your Summit lane is Cole Blagden. Beaumont, Alberta, 71 Duster. 34 to a 63. Cole's got the 34. And makes his way down the racetrack, 10.59 with a 0 and 11.29.5 for Mike. I'm going to make this second call. Second call, Super Pro to the staging lanes. Second call, Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. All right, I got some names who need to pay. Justin Hamlick and Randy Moderson. You guys need to pay for your heavy metal mayhem race. Once again, Justin Hamlick and Randy Moderson. Make your way to the tower. Come pay the ladies. Mike Lipek, Olds, Alberta, in a 71 Dodge Duster with Peter Noyen in a 74 Dodge Duster. 10 to a 28. Peter's got the 10. Finish line, Peter, 10.74.2. at 124.5 miles an hour. Mike, 11 flat with a 3. Grant Hughes, Ardrossan, Alberta, 67 Chevy Chevelle with Lance Churchuk in his 69 Duster. Grant, a little too excited. 200 red. 902.5 at 151. And Lance, he's 1170 with a 3. 33 on the wrong side. Brings up our next pair, Roger Bowe out of Spruce Grove, Alberta, in his 78 Chevy Camaro. Up against Jason Bourne at Airdrie in his 88 Chevy S10 in the Napa lane. He's 16 to a 6 of Rogers. Roger hits the finish line 9:82.6, and Jason 10:32.3. Jordan and Brian wanted to see the green light. Both of them are late. Brian, 73 Dodge Dart Sport, right-hand side. He goes out to the finish line 10:35 with a 3. And Jordan hits the finish line 13:14 with a 3. Which will bring up Brad Monk, Parkland, Alberta, in his 64 Acadian Invader. With Wally Kuzik. I don't know. I'm trying stuff today. A lot of new names here, folks. Good to see everybody coming out here to Rad Torque Raceway. Reminder, we have our Hot August night on Wednesday. We have our Smoked Out Shootout next weekend. So if you guys want to do more racing this year, we got a lot of events for you. Brad, 41 on the wrong side. Wally, 13. Wally goes out the end 11:63.6. And Brad, 9:33.8. Which will bring up Angelo Rinaldi, Calgary, Alberta, 71 Chevy Nova. Left-hand side, up against Ed Matajewski in his 72 Chevy Nova. Ed making his way down the racetrack, 12:05.1 at 109, and Angelo 11:62.5 at 105. But I can see something in the middle of the track. I believe we got the reds on. We're gonna have to go check that out quick. Once again, I believe all of our Super Pro competitors are here, but if you are not here, this is your third and final call, because we are just about done for Pro Class. Juniors, you are on standby. Once we get racing again, I will call you guys down to the staging lanes. Once again, juniors are on standby. Once we get back racing, I will be calling you down to the staging lanes. And just like that, the quad is back. And we got cars coming up to the tower. Or coming up to the tree, sorry, to the tower. Jesus. It's like it's my first day here. Jason Mercer, left-hand side. Chestermere, Alberta, in his 07 Duster. Woodchuck. I'm trying here, folks. I really am. I'm trying not to butcher your guys' last names. Amioit. Chuck Amioit. 71 Chevy Vega in your Napa lane. I really hope I'm saying these right. $79 for Chuck, $92 for Jason. Oh, and problems for Brett Fitt. Sadly, he's going to be pushed out of the burnout box and going to need to tow back. But Greg McClellan out of Spruce Grove, Alberta, in his 67 Barracuda, going to make his time run. First call, junior dragsters. First call, junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. First call, junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. And with Greg going down the track, he goes 9:49.8 at 1:38. Now, into our Super Pro class here today, Belladala, Ardrossan, Alberta, 04 Mullis Dragster, left-hand side, 01 Chassis Dragster for Jason Solomon. Jason, 15 up front. Bella missed it. Jason gonna hit the end 8:64.9 at 1:54, and Bella, she's 8:42.4 at 1:58. Double red for this pair and double O reds a pair. 2 red for Shaylin, 7 red for Randy. Randy in the 41 Willies, and Shaylin in the 69 Camaro. Shaylin goes out the end 10:22.3, and Randy goes out the end 8:42.9. Next pair, Les Splett, right-hand side. Peter Noyen, left-hand side. 14 for Peter, 77 for Les. Second call, junior dragsters. Second call, junior dragsters. Emily Gerard, Chilliwack, British Columbia, right-hand side. She's got her 02 dragster with Sean Tracy in your Summit lane. Out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, he's got his 63 Chevy Corvette, making qualifying round number 2. Randy Moderson, if you can make your way to the tower with some money, please. Randy Moderson, make your way to the tower to pay the ladies for your racing today. Once again, folks, our radio station is 88.9. 88.9 for our radio station here at Rad Torque Raceway. Emily Gerard is 14 on the good side. Sean is 13 on the wrong side. Emily, 746.5 at 170 flat. And Sean, in his Corvette, goes 870 with a 2 at 155. Believe we're coming to the end of our Super Pro category, but I believe we're about halfway through. I think Corey Newman in his 37 Chevy Coupe in your Napa Lane, and Jason Talbot out of Calgary, Alberta, in his 67 Chevy Nova Summit Side. Jason, 96. Corey, 184. Oh, Corey getting a little wobbly and getting out of it. Corey shutting it off early, hits 928.0. And for Jason Talbot, he goes 794.8 at 164. Brianna Marty. Brianna Marty. One of the Martys. I have some stuff that you left at the concession. If you want to make your way to the tower, I believe this is a Alberta Blue Cross card that you left at the concession. If you want to make your way to the tower and collect it, I have it up here in the media booth. That last pair, Mike Swanson and Sherman Schlott. Mike, 37 red. Sherman, 19 red. Sherman goes out the end 797.0. And Mike goes 1131.3. Next pair, Lance Churchuk, Leduc, Alberta, 70 Duster up against Rod Boyven in his 02 Pontiac Firebird, 009 for Lance, 61 for Rod. Rod hits the finish line 776.4 and Lance 1162.7. Third and final call, juniors. First call for our bike competitor. Test and tune, you are on standby. Now Clint Dalla. The other Dalla, 67 Chevy Camaro, Ardrosin, Alberta, and Lance, I'm not going to try, in his 80 Aero. Oh, having some problems on the starting line. Seems to be under power. Just going to roll down the racetrack. Clint, he's 28 on the wrong side. And goes 889.4 at 152. Pat DeHoniak out of Seba Beach in his 27 Ford Roadster making another qualifying. And our last Super Pro competitor, 007 on the wrong side. Pat 916.0 at 146. We'll move it into juniors. Now, as we move into our Junior Thunder, Presley McLean and Dylan Baker. Presley in your Napa lane and Dylan in your Summit lane. Presley trying to trace that 000. She's 12 on the wrong side, goes 12.051. And Dylan 13.18 with a 5. So far, we've had 3 perfect lights today, folks. 2 green and 1 red. Wondering what the tally is going to be like by the end of the weekend if we've seen so many so early. But I'm going to make this first call, test and tune. First call, test and tune to the staging lanes, please. First call, test and tune to the staging lanes, please. Ashton Baker making her time run. Second of today in that Summit lane. 14 on the tree. Let's see how she makes out by the 1/8 of a mile. Ashton, 11.74.4 at 54 miles an hour, brings us into our lightning category. Sarah Duchesne, Easton Marty. Sarah out of Beaumont. Easton out of Millet. $71 for Sarah, 53 for Easton, and Easton gets there first. 8:45.1 at 78 miles an hour. Sarah 8:96.7 at 72.5 miles an hour. Brings up the other Marty. Owen Marty, right hand side, your Napa lane with Riker Dupuis in your Summit lane. Double red. Owen way too ready for it, and Riker trying to get that 000. Goes 20 red, goes 8:18.5, and for Owen he goes 9:19.8. Second call, test and tune. Second call, test and tune. Heavy Metal, you are on deck. Second call, test and tune to the staging lanes, please. We got Braden Marty, Napa lane, making his time trial. $53 on the tree and hits the 1/8 of a mile. 9 flat with a 6. Another single right lane coming up here. Cohen Laprice, Whitecourt, Alberta. He's in that 2016 Mike Boss. Sponsored by Iron Wing, Tank, and VAC. Cohen, 30 on the wrong side. Goes 901 at 72 miles an hour, 901.5. All right, I'm going to make this third and final call, test and tune. Third and final call, test and tune. If you want to make your runs here today, you got to come down now. Third and final call for test and tune. Heavy Metal, you are still on deck. As we get our little licensing junior, get her or him. I don't have any information on this driver, but she was 55 at 12:55.3. Leave one more licensing run and be ready to race against everybody else in our junior category, get their licensing passes done. But that brings up Benjamin Helena out of Vegreville, Alberta. Benjamin going to make his time run. Sponsored by Helena Farms and SDHP Race Shop, as well as Chemco. 89 on the tree. And gets out a little early, 8:18 at 73 miles an hour. Third and final call, test and tune. Third and final call, test and tune. This is going to be our first call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem to the staging lanes, please. Once again, that was third and final call for test and tune and first call for Heavy Metal Mayhem. All right, and our bike competitor, JM's Leduc Alberta and his 04 Suzuki Hayabusa. Gonna make a qualifier. Get some points. And problems for Jay. No time for him. Gonna take a nice, well, I wouldn't say leisurely stroll. He's ripping on that Hayabusa. But no time for him, sadly, because left before the tree was even engaged. But we're gonna move on to our test and tune. I believe we got probably about 5-6 cars here for test and tune, testing out their cars, seeing what's wrong, what's right. How to make the cars faster. Left-hand side. I have no info on you yet. I will soon. But Leo Hardaway is in the altered. He's out of Edmonton, Alberta. Leo, 005 red, and left lane, gonna shut it off early. Leo goes out the end, 8.76.3, and in your summit lane, 11.77.1. Got out of it, got back on it, but making his way down the racetrack nonetheless. Not jealous, I swear. Jeanette Coleman, Sherwood Park, Alberta, 68 Chevy Chevelle. Left-hand side, I believe. I want to say that's a Roadrunner right-hand side. But I could very well be wrong. I'm probably wrong. Nonetheless, 17 to a 150. The 17 belongs to the yellow car in your Napa lane. Janak goes out the end 11.21.0. Right hand side 10.67.4. Now moving into our next car in our test and tune, Mike Lauderwald, Edmonton, Alberta, 67 Chevy Chevelle. I'm going to make this second call. Second call, heavy metal to the staging lanes, please. Second call, heavy metal, Mayhem to the staging lanes, please. Mike, 37 on the tree. And shuts it off early. Just coast to the 990 at 100 flat. Which brings up Danielle Moderson, Edmonton, Alberta, in her 2000 Neil V Dragster. Double 06 red for Danny, getting that car tuned up. 5:47.0 in the 8th. Shuts it off early. We're going to do a little prep here, folks, but we got Heavy Metal Mayhem in the lanes. I'm going to make this third and final call for Heavy Metal Mayhem. Third and final call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. We'll be right back very shortly. Make sure you grab yourself a water, grab yourself some food. Maybe if you want to go to the Rad Torque Raceway concession, they got everything there. Everything you could possibly want at the racetrack, they have. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for some heavy metal mayhem qualifier round number 2. Jody Herdman, left-hand side, your summit lane, in his 11 M&M dragster. Going to make his qualifier with Justin Dehaniak in his 06 TNT dragster. Jody, sponsored by Lone Wolf Bobcat, Justin R&D Trailer Rentals, BKE Transportation, and CCMR Performance. $15 to a 5. Justin with the 5 goes 453 at 154, and Jody 492.5. Probably the most interesting car here, folks, a PT Cruiser, being driven by Warren Niche out of Edmonton, making his qualifier with Dale Bristol out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, in his 08 Mullis dragster. Dale, sponsored by Bell Engines and Precision Performance. $10 for Dale, $29 for Warren. Dale making his way down the Napa lane, 461 with a 2, and Warren 596.1. Wayne DeRose in his 68 Chevy Camaro, finishing up his burnout. Going to make his qualifier with Connie Baker at a High River in her 2000 Spitzer dragster. Connie, sponsored by the Racer's Edge, Brad's Automotive, and Top Gun Coating. $35 on the tree for Wayne, $11 for Connie. Connie makes her way down the racetrack, 5:04.6 at 134. And Wayne goes 590 flat. All right, this pair, Joe Graves and Michael Scholl. Joe in the Napa lane in his 10 M&M dragster. Michael in his 22 TNT is in the Summit lane. 003 to an 11. Michael with the 3 goes 463.1. Joe goes out the end 469.1. All right, for all of our classes except for juniors. Juniors, you guys are getting 3 qualifiers today. But for everybody else, your ladders are posted on the Trackside app. There's QR codes at the Tech Shack, at the back gate, and at the base of the tower. If you guys want to see the ladders for today, you guys got to go there. Once again, you guys got to go to the Trackside app to see your pairings for round number 1 of eliminations. This pair, Justin Hamlick and Mark Bold. Mark, 1 thou on the wrong side. Justin, 43, and goes 6.094, while Mark goes 4.88.2. Brings up Cody Graves, 07 TNT Dragster. With Jeff Talbot out of Olds in his 71 Chevy Chevelle. Helping out Jeff, Onyx, River Oil Field Construction, and Wolf Midstream. Midsteam, pardon me. Holy chat bleachers, there's 30 of you guys in here. We appreciate you guys watching the live feed. Glad you can actually hear me now. But that pair, Jeff, 6 on the wrong side. Cody is 004. Cody goes 4.66.3 at 149, and Jeff 5.45.4 at 128. A Brogy and a Roadster. Jason Mercer, 07 Roadster. Up against Tristan in his Brogy. Mobile 1, Hightower Oil Field, Blue Water Group, Total Choice Automotive helping him out there in the Napa lane. And double reds. 007 red for Jason. 23 red for Tristan. Jason getting their first, or getting their second, 6.52.6. And Tristan goes 5.48.1. And that brings up Lincoln Rutherford. The 71 Ford Pinto out of Wembley, Alberta. He's in your Napa lane. And in the Summit lane is Darren O'Connor out of Pinoca, Alberta in that 90 Ford Mustang. Rebel Fit Nutrition, Royal Projects Incorporated helping out Lincoln. Problems for Lincoln as he's going to get pushed out. And Darren going to get the single. Darren going out the end, getting out of it early. Sorry, I wasn't looking, but he goes out the end 9:36.9. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, you are on standby. Sportsman, you are on standby. Next pair, Teresa Gates, Medicine Hat, Alberta, 07 TNT Dragster. Near Napa side, Fast Times Machining sponsored dragster. Going up with Mike Lipek for the last round of qualifying here in Heavy Metal Mayhem. Mike out of Olds, Alberta in his 71 Duster. Teresa missed it. Mike missed it. 40 and a 96. Teresa's got the 96. She goes 4:94.8. Mike making his way through that eighth of a mile. 7:01.0. Brings up another Gates and another Dodge. Chris Melnick, Leduc, Alberta, 73 Duster, up against Ray Gates, 18 Miller Dragster, Fast Times Machining sponsored. He is in your Napa lane. Once again, attention in the pits for all of our competitors. The ladders are in the trackside app. If you need a QR code that gives you a link to it, you need to come to the top or to the tower, to the where the ladders used to be, to the back gate, or to the tack shack. But for that pair, Chris, he was 58 on the tree, goes 6:37.1. Ray, 009 red, and goes out the end 4:64.6. Robin DeRose and Mike Swanson. Mike in the 02 S10 and Robin in the 09 Mullis. Dragster. Mike's out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, and Robin out of Fort St. John, British Columbia. Making their way down here, these guys are going to be racing hopefully on our hot August night coming up this Wednesday, folks. So you want to get off work, you want to come out here, maybe take the day off, honestly. You're going to see a lot here at Midas Hot August night. But for Robin, he's 11 and goes 5:23.2. Mike goes out the end 7:15.9 at 95 miles an hour. Which brings up Daryl Smith in his 2010 Chevy Corvette out of Foothills, Alberta. With Tony Ostrikar, Drayton Valley, Alberta in his 84 Ford Ranger. Ultra Arc Welding, Johnny's Glass, helping out Tony. $14 and a 004 red. Daryl has the 004 red and goes out the end at 5:38.8 at 129 miles an hour. Tony 6:95.3 at 103. All right, and a couple ladies coming up to make their time runs. Emily Gerard and Rebecca Bartel. 03 Mullis Dragster, Red Deer, Alberta, Rebecca. Chilliwack and an 02 Dragster for Emily. Emily's in your Summit lane and Rebecca is in your Napa lane. $18 to a 62. Rebecca hits the finish line first. 4:62.1 at 149. Emily 4:69.2 at 147. Next pair, another DeRose and another Gates. Lane DeRose at a Fort St. John, British Columbia 06 TNT Dragster. In your Napa lane and in your Summit lane, Tanner Gates, Medicine Hat, Alberta, in his 2008 TNT Dragster. believe it's a 2008, I think. I'll probably hear about that later if I'm wrong. First call, sportsmen to the staging lanes. First call, sportsmen to the staging lanes, please. For your round number 1 of eliminations, first call, sportsmen to the staging lanes, please. $23 to a $39. Tanner is 23. Lane is 39. 4:48 at 1:55 for Tanner. And for Lane, he goes 5:43.7 at 1:30. Next pair, Braden Helena. 67 Ford Shelby Mustang. He's out of Vegreville, Alberta. Helena Farms, SDHP. Race shop helping him out with Pat DeHoniak, right-hand side at near Napa Lane in his 27 Ford Roadster. Oh, and another perfect red. Pat DeHoniak wanted it. 575.2 for Pat. Braden goes out the end 544.3 in that Mustang. Clint Dalla and Randy Moderson. Moderson in the Corvette. He's 008 and goes 540 with a 5. Clint, he's 571.9 at 122. And to round out our heavy metal class, Shane, I can't screw this up. I should have asked him how to say his last name properly, but I keep forgetting to ask. Shane's out of Mundare, Alberta, in his TNT dragster. Sponsored by Helena Farms and SDHP Race Shop. To make the second call, sportsman. Second call, sportsman. Please come down to the tower or underneath the tower in your pairs. Your ladders are on track vision. You guys should be able to see your ladders, get into your pairs. Line up for your first elimination round. Shane, 18 on the wrong side, but goes down to the end of the track at 477.7 at 147. Go put some in the box and come back around. All right, to all of our racers today, once we get into eliminations here, just want to remind everybody, please, once you are paired up and once you are both ready, please make your way down as far underneath the tower and behind the other drivers in your class so that we're not crowding up the lanes too much. Once you guys are paired up, make your way down. We got one more car in heavy metal, and then we'll be moving into our first round of eliminations in sportsman. I'm going to make a courtesy call for our pro class. Once again, pro, you are on deck. Darren, 25 on the tree. 6:49.3 at 109. And that rounds out our qualifying for heavy metal. And we'll be moving into our first round of eliminations in sportsman. Third and final call. Third and final call for our 17 sportsman racers. Once again, third and final call, sportsman. As soon as you guys get paired up, you guys are ready, please go as far down the staging lanes as you can. Gives the other drivers in the next class some time to check their tires, get their gear on, get paired up. Once again, that was third and final call for sportsman. Doing a little check on the track. So, pro, you are still on standby, but I will be calling you very shortly. Once the first pair gets into the burnout box for sportsman, I will be calling you. So please be ready. All right, first call pro. First call pro to the staging lanes, please. First calls pro. With that, our first pair, or our first single, our bye run for Debbie Sturat. She goes about 80 red, making her way down the racetrack. Going to be moving on into round number 2. Goes 16:04, 0 on a 16:11 dial. And our next pair, or our first pair of sportsman round number 1 of eliminations, Randy Wilton. Edmonton, Alberta, 87 Toyota Camry, up against Paul Blagden. Paul in the Napa Lane out of Beaumont, Alberta, dialed in at 12:04. Randy 13:62, popping and banging out of that Camry. Advantage to Paul, and he's got a lot in the bag. Paul getting rid of it. You heard him ripping it. 12:26.5 on a 12:04. Randy goes 13:77.2 on a 13:62 dial. Felix Osadowski, 12:44 the dial for the 1970 Chevy Camaro in the Napa Lane, and 14:46 for Brendan Phillips, Edmonton, Alberta, in his 22 Honda. Gonna make the second call pro. Second call pro class to the staging lanes, please. Advantage, Brendan. He's got about 40 in the bag. Can he get rid of it in front of Felix? Yes. 14:51.5, taking 22 at the stripe. Felix, he goes 12:47.4 on a 12:44 dial, and is going to be packing it up and waiting for the second race of the day later on. But Brendan moving on into round number 2. Next pair, Jared Greenan, Devon, Alberta, in his 82 GMC C1500. And Ashley Isabel out of Devon as well in her 08 Magnum SRT. Devon Chrysler helping her out in the right-hand side. Ashley's dialed in 12:39. Jared 11:84. Advantage to Ashley. She's got about 49 in the bag. Can she get rid of it in front of Jared? No. Doesn't get there first. Ashley 12:49.1 on a 12:39. Jared 11:88.7 on that 11:84, taking 5. Which brings up Kevin Greenan and Eric Plintz. Third and final call pro. Third and final call pro to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro, you are on deck. That last pair, Kevin Greenan, 12:20 with a 7 on a 12:08 dial. And Eric, he goes 13:21.2 on a 13:20 dial, but it was all in the reaction time. John Schmidt, Waylon Carlson. Edmonton, Alberta for Waylon. Sherwood Park for John. 07 Chevy, left-hand side. 03 Dodge, right-hand side. Oh, and Waylon going to be moving on into the next round because John turns it 17 red. Waylon going out the end 13:11.1 on a 13:06 dial in, and John 16:97.0 on a 16:89 dial in, but that red light was the end of it. And our next pair, Wally Kuzik out of Spruce Grove, Alberta, in a 75 Duster. Going up with Chad McKenzie out of Edmonton, Alberta, in his 08 Dodge Charger. Sponsored by Precision Performance, dialed in at 12:07. Chad, a little bit late. Wally's got a lot to work with. He's 81 and got about 140 in the bag. Can Wally get around and get rid of it? Yes. 11:82.5. Actually doesn't get there. Chad going 11:88.6 on a 1207 dial, getting there about 150. But it had no chance. Wally, 1182.5 on 1171 dial. Next pair, Kevin Lupien out of Surrey, British Columbia, in his 14 Dodge Ram. He's dialed in at 1461 up against Neil McDonald out of Kalmar, Alberta, in his 68 Chevy Chevelle. Dialed in at 1192. Kevin has got a lot to work with. He's 34 up front. Neil is 125. Wind light. Neil McDonald turning on the wind light, 12-13-3 on an 1192 dial. Kevin 15-04-1 on a 1461. Brings up our next pair, Wes Nystrom out of Edmonton, Alberta, 81 GMC, dialed in at 1568, and Rob Klein-Beekman in his 22 Dodge car there, 39 on the tree for Rob, 64 for Wes, and Rob is going to get there first, 14-48-8 on a 1445 dial. Wes, he's 15-71-0, and behind 17. Once again, third and final call for Pro. Third and final call for Pro. Once you guys are paired up, please make your way down to the bottom of the staging lanes as far as you can go. Now we're moving into Pro, and the first car is Lance Churchuk out of Leduc, Alberta, in his 69 Duster. Actually got the bye in both classes here today. Double entered in Pro and Super Pro, and he pulled the bye with a perfect light and a 009. Dialed in at 1167 in your Napa lane and moving on into round number 2. But turns it red here, 62 on the wrong side. Getting after it a little hard, but at least it's a buy run. 1170 with a 4 on 1167 dial. Next pair, Brad Monk, Parkland, Alberta, 64 Acadian Invader, and Jason Prosler in his 70 Chevy Chevelle. Brad dialed in 934 in that Acadian. Jason 1128. Oh, Brad letting go too early. Jason Prosler moving into the next round. First call, Super Pro. First call, Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. First call, Super Pro. Jason goes out the end, 11-16-1 on 11-28. Brad, 9-33-6 on a 9-34. Alan Warunke out of Edmonton, Alberta, in his 85 Camaro, left-hand side, up against Roger Bowe out of Spruce Grove in his 78 Chevy Camaro, dialed in at 982. 35 for Alan, and he is in full control. Winlight, Allen, 35, one above 4. Taking 60, Roger breaking it out by a thou and a half, goes 981.8 on a 982 dial. Cole Blagden and Russ Kirkhammer. Cole out of Beaumont, Russ out of St. Albert. 71 Duster for Cole, 69 Cornet for Russ. Russ is on the chase, though. He's got about a 1.2, but just goes red. Cole Blagden, he's 47, and moving on into the next round because Russ turning on the red light. Russ goes 946.3, and Cole goes 1071.3 on a 1060 dial. Our next pair, Grant Hughes, Ardrossan, Alberta, in his 67 Chevy Chevelle 902, up against Ed Matajewski, Sherwood Park, Alberta, in his 72 Chevy Nova in your Napa lane. Ed dialed in at 1205, 902 for Grant, got quite a wait. And goes right in. Ed's entry. Oh, and problems for Grant, wasn't up on the chip. And Ed, he has got a lot. And only puts it one above, taking 400 to put it one above 7. Ed Matajewski moving into the next round. Grant Hughes goes dead 1. But watch the green turn on. Chuck Amioit out of Millet, Alberta, 71 Chevy Vega, dialed in at 999. Up against Peter Noyen, trying to run away with a 1070 dial. Third and final call, Super Pro. Need you guys down to the staging lanes. Third and final call, Super Pro, down to the staging lanes. Juniors, you guys are on deck. Third and final call, Super Pro. Juniors, you are on deck. Chuck making quite a move to the right, but stays in it, but he's red. 75, goes 999.6 on a 999 dial. But Peter moving on to the next round thanks to the red light of Chuck's. 1067.1 on a 1070 dial. Angelo Rinaldi dialed in at 11 flat. Mike Lipik dialed in at 11 flat. Angelo doesn't leave on the starting line. Which gives the immediate win light to Mike Lipik. Gets there 11.13.3 on 11 flat dial. Not sure what happened to Angelo. But Mike moving on to the next round, and for, I believe we're getting to our last couple pairs of pro here. Just waiting for Angelo to take his car down the racetrack, get it turned off. Which brings up Jason Bourne, Airdrie, Alberta, 88 Chevy S10, Lordco Auto Parts, Red Baron Racing helping him out, dialed in at 1028. Up against Jordan Travis, Radway, Alberta, 89 Chevy 1500, dialed in at 1310. I'm going to make this first call for juniors. First call for juniors, round number 3 of qualifying. First call for juniors for round number 3 of qualifying. Jordan 98, Jason 52. Can Jason get around? He does. 1038 or 1032-1, taking 75. Jordan puts it 1317-1 on a 1310. And separated by a Hun, Dwight Allfry dialed in at 1021. Jason Mercer dialed in at 1020. $20 to a 33 advantage Mercer. He's got 13 in the bag, and can he get rid of it? No. Double breakout. Jason taking 18, had to take 12 or less. Dwight goes 10-18-7 on a 10-21. Jason 10-17-2 on a 10-20. All right, next pair, Jaden Melnick, Leduc, Alberta, 75 Chevy Malibu, dialed in at 1170, and Mike Swanson, 02 Chevy S10, dialed in at 1130. Big advantage to Mike Swanson. He's got about 120 in the bag, and let's see if he gets rid of it. No. 1124.7 on 1130 dial. Had to take 280 or less. Jaden, 1185.9 on 1170 dial. Next pair, Kevin Rieger, 88 Dodge Dakota out of Cold Lake. Wally Kuzik in his 75 Duster. Wally dialed in 1179. Kevin dialed in at 1252. Gonna make the second call, Junior Dragster. Second call, Junior Dragsters, for your qualifying round number 3. 6 thou between them. Advantage to Kevin. Can he hold off Wally? Win light. Wally, 1172.0 on 1179. Breaking it out, 11 thou less. Kevin had to take 6 or less. Brian Harlock and Kayla Menzel, but it looks like Kayla Menzel is not here. So Brian Harlock getting the bye at Edmonton, Alberta, dialed in at 10:35. And to round out our pro category, 10:33.2 on a 10:35. Brian moving into the next round. We got our super pro category coming up. We're getting paired up, moving down underneath the tower. All right, we got some events coming up here, guys, for those of you in the stands, spectators, racers. We got more events coming up here. We got a Midas Hot August Night on the 12th. That is on this Wednesday. It is going to be an absolute blast. We also have our Monster Truck Throwdown August 21st to 23rd on the Oval with FMX and more. Dirt Supernaturals at the Oval on the 28th and 29th. We also have our Smoked Out Shootout coming up here next weekend here at the drag strip. We got Bucks Auto Parts Annihilation Night, September 12th. That's always a good one. We got a jet car burn, a crane drop, some FMX. Make sure you guys show up for that, but we're going to get back into our Super Pro action. Bella Dalla, Ardrosin, Alberta, 04 Mullis Dragster, dialed in at 8:42. Chasing down Jason Solomon out of Beaumont, Alberta, in his 01 Dragster, dialed in at 8:59. Jason's in first. Bella's down in behind. 37 for Jason, and he's got lots of room. and gets rid of it. Goes to 863.1 and an 859 dial. Bella, she's 840 with a 2 on an 842 dial in, but couldn't get there. All right, I'm going to try now. Lance Unterreiner at our Ardrossan, Alberta, in his 80 Aero. 1980 Aero, pardon me. He's dialed in at 1060, trying to run away from the other Dalla of Clint Dalla. Ardrossan, Alberta, 67 Chevy Camaro. Dialed in at 889, sponsored by Technician Industries. And a large advantage to Clint. He's already passed Lance and out of it. 929 with an 8 on an 889 dial. Lance, he goes 1145 with a 0 on a 1060, maybe having some problems there. But Clint moving into the next round. Rod Boyven, Chestermere, Alberta, 02 Pontiac Firebird, dialed in at 774, trying to chase down the Corvette of Sean Tracy. Sean's dialed in at 869. Junior Dragsters, third and final call. Junior Dragsters. To the staging lanes, please. We'll also take our bike down to the staging lanes. Can we have our bike competitor down to the staging lanes? Advantage, Sean Tracy. He's 25 to a 75. Got 50 in the bag and makes it work. Puts it 2 above 2. Taking 30. Rod, he goes 774-2 on a 774. But gave up too much on the starting line. We got a single here because Brett not being able to make the call. Hopefully you can get whatever broke fixed. But Sherman Schlott at a Stony Plain in the Spitzer Dragster in the Summit Lane. Going to be moving on to the next round. Dialed in at 797. $31 for Sherman and goes 1 above 4. Shaylin Smith, Sherwood Park, Alberta, 69 Camaro up against the 41 Willies of Randy Schmidt. Shaylin dialed in at 1021 in the Camaro. Randy 812. Once again, folks, for our Super Pro competitors, if you do not have crosstalk, and our heavy metal competitors, actually, if you do not have crosstalk, please put the N on your window. Make it nice and big. Randy getting out of it early, going to save some parts because Shaylin was red. She's 24 red, goes 1027 with a 1 on a 1021. Randy gets out of it earlier, but hits the stripe at 884 with a 6. Next pair, Emily Gerard, 744 the dial out of Chilliwack, British Columbia, 02 Dragster. Going up against Greg McClellan. Spruce Grove, Alberta, 67 Barracuda. Dialed in at 949. Oh, advantage Gerard. And I know she's going to get rid of it. Might see some scoop wax. No, we don't. We just see her get out of it. 746.6 at 162. She's 12 on the tree. Greg, late. Emily had about 100 in the bag, and Greg goes 954.7 on a 949. Next one's up, Corey Newman, 37 Chevy Coupe, St. Albert, Alberta, up against Pat DeHoniak out of Seba Beach. Pat dialed in at 9:15, 8:20 the dial for Corey. Red light, Corey Newman. Pat DeHoniak moving on. Pat goes 9:13.9 on a 9:15 dial. Corey 8:04.5 on an 8:20 dial. Next pair, Les Split, 9:51 the dial, left-hand side, up against Mike Swanson. 02 Chevy S10 in the right-hand side, dialing 11:25, trying to run away from a 9:51. Oh, an advantage, Mike Swanson. He's got a lot. He's got 100 in the bag. Do we see the drop? No. 11:28.0. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But he's 3 above. Taking 89 less. Breaks it out 9 thou. Goes 9:50 with a 1. But the reaction time was all the story. Jason Talbot, pardon me, in his 67 Chevy Nova, dialed in at 794, up against Peter Noyen. 10:70 the dial for him. Problems for Jason, but Peter was ready for it. He's 81 and gets rid of it. 10:79.5 on a 10:70 dial. Jason 8:06.6 on a 794 dial. Peter moving on. Lance Churchuk gonna take his bye. Dialed in at 11:67. Moving into round number 2 of Super Pro. Can I have our bike competitor come down to the staging lanes? Bike competitor, if you want to make a run, make your way down, because this is first call. Test and tune. First call, test and tune to the staging lanes, please. First call, test and tune to the staging lanes. Lance 007 in that 70 Duster. Goes out the end 1170 with a 6. And our last qualifier for our junior category, Ashton Baker up against Dylan Baker. Both out of High River, Alberta. 06 Hardin for Ashton in your Summit lane. 08 KCS for Dylan in the Napa lane. Both on different sides of the tree, but really close on each side. 22 green for Ashton, 20 red for Dylan. Ashton goes out the end 11:72.6. Dylan 13:14.5. Second call, test and tune. Second call, test and tune to the staging lanes, please. Want to make some test runs? Now is your time. Second call, test and tune. Presley McLean making her run in the summit lane for her last qualifier in Junior Thunder. Heavy Metal Mayhem, you are on standby. Heavy Metal Mayhem, you are on standby. 11:96.3 for Presley. At 52 miles an hour brings us into our lightning category. Owen Marty up against Cohen Laprise. Cohen in his 2016 JR, or I believe that is a Mike Boss actually. Cohen sponsored by Iron Wing, Tank and Vac and Eberts Brothers Racing. And oh, so close to a trip zip. 002 red for Cohen. 158 for Owen, but Cohen hits the stripe 899.8 at 72 miles an hour. Owen 918.2 at 69.5. Brings up Sarah Duchesne, Beaumont, Alberta, 17 TNT dragster, up against Braden Marty. Another Marty. Feel like there's a Marty every pair. But either way, Sarah getting helped out by Mobile One on Great Earthworks, High Tower Oilfield, Blue Water Group, Total Choice Automotive. Braden turning on the red light by 106, and Sarah 69 on the tree. Owen hitting the stripe first at 899.4, and Sarah hits it second at 899.8. Third and final call, test and tune. Third and final call, test and tune. Need you guys down to the staging lanes if you guys want to make your runs, because this is a first call for Heavy Metal Mayhem. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem to the staging lanes. Get paired up, get in your cars, get ready, check your tires, whatever you got to do, because this is your first call to the staging lanes for Heavy Metal. But back to our qualifying number 3 for our junior category. Benjamin Helena, Vegreville, Alberta. Right-hand side, Helena Farms and SDHP Race Shop helping him out. Up against Riker Dupuis, Millet, Alberta. Lesco Distributors, Morton Distortion Racing, Lone Wolf Bobcat and Auger, and Murray's Truck Parts helping out the Summit Lane. Riker, 27 on the wrong side. Benjamin puts it 200. Benjamin hits the stripe 862.1 at 75 miles an hour. Riker 816.9 at 80 miles an hour. Once again, I just made the call for third and final call, test and tune. Third and final call, test and tune. And first call for Heavy Metal Mayhem. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem, Easton Marty out of Millet, Alberta in his 2006 half scale to round out our last qualifier of Junior Lightning. .843.8 and 77 miles an hour for Easton. Got our little licensing junior. Claire Donaldson out of Edmonton, Alberta, in her 17 Boss Junior. Making, I believe, her last licensing pass in that junior. Getting that junior all figured out. 99 on the tree. Gonna make her first full run, I believe. Hits the stripe 12:54 at 46 miles an hour. We're going to be moving into some testers, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. Make sure if you want some water, some food, some whatever you want, go to the Rad Torque Raceway concession. Maybe you don't want to go to the concession. We have got a funny car under the tower, so maybe hold off. Well, here we got JM's out of Leduc, Alberta in his 04 Suzuki Hayabusa. Had some problems earlier, looks to have figured it out though. Goes 9:04 at 1:49 on a bike. Crazy. Wow. Dean Hartley, left-hand side. The blown 57 Chevy. Obviously has to have the zoomies. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Appreciate all of you guys getting into the lanes early, getting paired up, getting all ready to go. Just got a few testers to run in front of you guys. Dean has found the beam. Let him stage it. Here comes the tree. Not sure what happened there. Seems like something might have gone weird with the car. Maybe it rolled out of the beams. But Dean, he goes down the track. Track says 9:48, but he was going 174 miles an hour. That doesn't quite work out in the brain. But for our next pair of testers, Danielle Moderson, Edmonton, Alberta, in her 2000 Neil V dragster with Leo Hardaway in his Ford Altered, also out of Edmonton. Both of them missing it, but that's why it's test and tune. Daniel goes out the end 9:49.1. Getting out of it early. Leo stays in at 8:64.1 at 1:53. Clarence Bidnack. I was right. It is a Roadrunner. 1970 Roadrunner. Right-hand side. And James Kendrick out of Sherwood Park in his 69 Acadian. 006 for the Roadrunner and 51 for James. Clarence, 1070 with a 2 at 123. James goes out the end 1164.3 at 106. Our next pair of testers, Corey Osland out of St. Albert, Alberta, and Jeanette Coleman out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. Jeanette in her 68 Chevy Chevelle. Corey in that Mutual Propane sponsored dragster. Jeanette letting him go. Corey 004. Hits a stripe 768-2 at 174. Jeanette 1203. 0 at 84. And for our second to last tester, Mike Lauderwald out of Edmonton, Alberta in his 67 Chevy Chevelle. $29 on the tree, getting that thing all tested up. Hopefully coming to race Midas Hot August night and smoked out shootout. Hits the finish line. Oh, gets out of it early. 9:19.9 at 1:30. But now you guys get some diesel truck action. I believe you will see this truck Midas Hot August night. But this is Mario Monette at Edmonton, Alberta in that 88.379. Getting those tires nice and warm, carrying it at 60 feet. Man, that Pete looks beautiful. Going straight through 60 feet, burning rubber. Third and final call, heavy metal. Third and final call, heavy metal mayhem. Once you guys are in your pairs, make your way down underneath the tower or behind the next driver. Mario just doing his quick checks, making sure everything's okay. And hooks it up, hits a shift. Doing a little bit of wobbling, but gets back into it. 11.85 at 1:18 for a semi. Good Lord. All right, and with that, folks, we are done test and tune. We're going to hit a little track prep, do a little drag, and move into our round number 1 of eliminations for our heavy metal category. All right, first pair, Heavy Metal Mayhem, round number 1. With the burnouts done, Teresa Gates right-hand side, Medicine Hat, Alberta 07 TNT Dragster. Dialed in at 494 on your Napa side, trying to chase down the Pinto of Lincoln Rutherford. Wembley, Alberta is where he calls home. Dialed in at 634, Rebel Fit Nutrition, Royal Projects Incorporated. Helping him out in Buckshire. Rutherford has got 7,000. Oh, wait, Teresa's got 7,000 to work with. Gets there. 496.6 on a 494. Puts it 2 above. Lincoln Rutherford gets there 19. Has to take 18 or less. Oh, pardon me. 19.7. And has to take 19.1 or less to win that race. Breaks it out. Goes 6:33.9 on a 6:34. Lane DeRose, Fort St. John, British Columbia, 06 TNT Dragster, dialed in at 543 right-hand side. Up against Justin Dehoniak out of Spruce Grove, Alberta, in his 06 TNT as well. 450 for Justin. Just under a second in the 1/8 of a mile. You're going to see Lane take off, and then Justin trying to run him down and has a lot. Justin, yeah, he works those out. Don't you worry. 452.8 on a 450 dial. Taking a lot. Lane, not sure what happened. Think he missed it. But he put it 2 above 0, but had no chance. Chris Melnick, right-hand side, Leduc, Alberta, 73 Duster, dialed in at 640, trying to run away from Summit Lanes. Connie Baker, High River, Alberta, 2000 Spitzer Dragster, sponsored by the Racer's Edge, Brad's Automotives, and Top Gun Coatings. Dialed in at 504, almost a second and a half between them. Oh, Chris has got a lot to work with. Connie missed it. And Chris gets there. 641.6 on a 640 dial. Connie puts it 14 thou under, but lost it in the reaction time. Brings up Dale Bristol, Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, 08 Mullis Dragster, sponsored by Bell Engines and Precision Performance. 461 the dial for Dale. Justin Hamlick, dialed in at 609 in that 72 Chevy Nova. $33 to a 12 advantage. Dale, he's got 21 in the bag and goes dead 8. Oh boy. Dale Bristol just packed up Justin Hamlick and is going to put him back in his trailer. Dale, 20 total. Justin, 33 up front and had no chance. Puts it 2 above 0 and is going to go park the car. Next pair, Jeff Talbot, Olds, Alberta, 71 Chevy Chevelle, 545 the dial, up against Jody Herdman in his 11 M&M Dragster, dialed in at 497. 114 to a 148. Jody is in trouble and is going to have to park it. 5:45.8 for Jeff. 22 total for Jeff. Taking 65. Nice. Jody runs it under, goes 491.0 on a 497. Next pair, Darren O'Connor, Mike Swanson. Darren out of Pinoca, Alberta, in that 90 Ford Mustang up against Mike in that 02 S10. Mike's dialed in 713 and Darren 649. $36 to a 30, advantage Darren. He's got 6 in the bag. Can he get in front of Mike? Puts the brakes on and does. Mike Swanson, he goes 720 with a 4 on a 713 dial. Darren puts it 2 above 6. Taking 50, and we'll be moving on into round number next. Robin DeRose up against Rebecca Bartel, 09 Mullis. For Robin, 03 Mullis for Rebecca. Rebecca dialed in at 462 in the Napa lane. Robin, 523 in the Summit lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, you are on standby. Sportsman, you are on standby. I will be calling you very shortly. Sportsman, you are on standby. $12 to a 43, advantage to Robin. He's got 30 some to work with and gets there. Puts it 3 above 4, taking 2. Rebecca, she's dead 5, but could not get in front of Robin. Jason Mercer, Darrell Smith, Foothills, Alberta, 2010 Chevy Corvette Roadster in the left. 07 Roadster in the right for Jason. 650 for Jason, 536 for Daryl. $26 and has a lot. Got about 90 to work with for Jason. Gonna be dropping the nose to put it 5 above, taking 70. Durrell missed it, goes 540 with a 6 on a 536. And we'll be waiting for the second race we're going to run here this afternoon. But our next pair, Cody Graves, 07 TNT Dragster out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, dialed in at 466. Up against Warren Niche out of Edmonton, Alberta, in that 02 PT Cruiser, dialed in at 596. Advantage, Cody Graves got 21 in the bag, and he's trip zip. Rock that scoop, baby. Oh my goodness gracious. Cody Graves, you are nasty. Trip zip, dead 9. Taken 10. Warren, you're 21 up front and had no chance. Goes 595.8 to break it out a thou. Oof. Now Joe, coming up right behind his son Cody. He's dialed in at 468 up against Mark Bull, dialed in at 487. First call, Sportsman. First call, Sportsman to the staging lanes, please, for round number 2 of eliminations. First call, Sportsman to the staging lanes, please. Oh, problems for Joe Graves, but Mark Gonna get the win light there. Stays flat. Holy smokes, Mark Bold. That was scary because Joe did not leave the starting line. And Mark goes 487.6 with a 12. He's 18 total, taking almost a second and a half. Whoa, crazy. But our next pair, who's going to follow Mark Bold into the next round, is Tony Osterkar and Pat Dehoniak. Tony, 7 flat. Pat, 575. Double 02 to a 30. Pat Dehoniak has got 28 in the bag, and he is nasty. 9 total. What is going on today? Damn, that's like... I think that's the second or the third double O package we've seen just in heavy metal. Round number 1 of eliminations. Wow, Tony putting a nice run together is 39 total, but Pat is just nasty. Moving on to the next round is Pat, and who's going to join him? Tanner Gates or Clint Dalla? Tanner's in the 08 TNT Dragster in the left-hand side, Medicine Hat, Alberta, Fast Times Machining sponsored. And Clint, he's in your Napa Lane dialed in at 569, is 67 Chevy Camaro out of Ardrossan. Second call, Sportsman. Second call, Sportsman, to the staging lanes, please. Second call for Sportsman. Pro, you are on standby. Pro, you are on standby. Back to the racetrack. Double 03 on the wrong side. Clint, not gonna like looking at this slip. Tanner's 39 and 1 above 0. Clint puts it dead 3. Was fixing to be nasty. All right, our next pair, Braden Helena, 67, Ford Shelby Mustang. Vegreville, Alberta is where he calls home. Helena Farm sponsored SDHP Race Shop helping him out with Wayne DeRose in his 68 Chevy Camaro dialing at 548. 4 Hun between them on the start line. I'm going to make this third and final call. Third and final call for Sportsman. Once you guys are paired up and ready, make your way down the staging lanes, please. Advantage to Wayne. He's got 9 thou in the bag, but Braden trying to get rid of it and gets there. 565 on a 554 dial. Wayne, 590 on a 548. Not sure what happened to Wayne. Well, we're going to be stopping here for a second. Not sure what's going on, but we'll be right back into heavy metal action here, folks, very shortly. All right, back into action. The Brogy of Tristan Duchesne, Beaumont, Alberta, Mobile One, Hightower Oilfield, Blue Water Group, Total Choice Automotive helping him out. Dialed in at 547, trying to chase down Shane Heydrich. Out of Mundare, Alberta, in his TNT dragster, dialed in at 478. Both these cars used to have the same home. The Brogy got sold to the Duchesnes last year. He's been racing it ever since. See what he can do with it today. 008 to a 1911 in the bag for Tristan. Can he get rid of it? No. Tristan Duchesne taking 40, had to take 10 or less. Shane breaks it out a thou. Trying to make a nasty lap happen. But Shane on a double breakout is going to be your winner and moving on to round number 2. Ray Gates, Emily Gerard. Ray out of Medicine Hat, Alberta, in his 18 Miller Dragster. Fast Times Machining sponsor, dialed in at 464. And Emily Gerard out of Chilliwack, British Columbia, in her 02 Dragster. Dialed in at 473. Gonna have a 9-hun head start. Third and final call, Sportsman. Third and final call, Sportsman. First call, round number 2 of Pro. First call, round number 2 of Pro to the staging lanes, please. Advantage, Emily. She's got 17 in the bag and doesn't make it happen. Ray Gates, dead 6. Emily, she goes 472.5 and a 473. Had to take 25 or 24 or less. Gets there 28 in front. Ray Gates moving on into the next round. Michael Scholl getting the bye run here today for the first round of eliminations here at Heavy Metal Mayhem. He's in his 2022 TNT Dragster out of Calgary, Alberta. Sunset Performance Engines, FTI Converters and Transmissions. Pro 1 Safety Canada helping him out. Michael Scholl, 460 with a 3. On a 463 dial-in was 007, nice light. And our competition break here for Mike Lipik. His opponent not being able to make the call. He's dialed in 699 in a 71 Duster and is moving on into round number 2. Speaking of round number 2, Pro round 2, this is your second call. Pro round 2, this is your second call to staging. Mike, 22 on the tree. Man, I feel like I've said 2 too many times. But Mike, going out the 1/8 of a mile, 7:05.7 at 98 miles an hour, and moving on. All right, to start off our round number 2 of Sportsman, Rob Beekman, pardon me, Edmonton, Alberta, 2022 Dodge. I don't know what that is. I'm not going to say what it is. 1445, the dial for him. Moving on into round number 3. $20 on the wrong side for Rob. Goes out the end 1440 with a 1 on a 1445 dial. Next pair of sportsmen, third and final call, Pro for round number 2 of eliminations. Super Pro, you are on deck. Super Pro, you are on deck. Brendan Phillips, Jared Greenan. Greenan dialed in at 1184, Brendan 1446. Winlight, Jared, Brendan turning it on red 36. And that 2022 Honda is going to be done for a little bit. 1448.6 on a 1446 dial and 1183.0 on a 1184 for Jared. Now the other green and trying to join Jared, Kevin, 70 Chevy Nova, dialed in at 1208, trying to run away from the 12 flat of Paul Blagden in his 76 Scamp. Oh, and red light start, Kevin Greenan and Paul Blagden going to be moving on into round number 3 of Sportsman. Brings up our next pair, Neil McDonald, 68 Chevy Chevelle, dialed in at 1195, up against Wally Kuzik. That is Spruce Grove, Alberta, 75 Dodge Duster. Neil dialed in at 1195, Wally 1173. Advantage to Neil. He's got 50 in the bag. Can he hold off Wally? Getting there first, 5 thou in front. Neil McDonald goes 1199.7 on 1195 dial. Wally breaking it out 0.3 of a thou, goes 1172.97 on 1173, but couldn't get in front of Neil. Next pair, Debbie Stirat and Waylon Carlson. Carlson dialed in at 1309. Debbie dialed in at 1610, but the red light of Debbie Stirat gives the win light to Waylon Carlson, moving into round number 3. And I'm going to make this first call. First call, Super Pro to staging lanes, please. First call, Super Pro to staging. Waylon, 1308.5 on a 1309 dial. Debbie, she goes 1602 on the 1610. Once again, that was third and final call for Pro. First call, Super Pro. First call, Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Lance Churchuk, Jason Bourne. Lance dialed in 1170. Jason 1027, trying to chase him down. Perfect light. 6 thou. Separate them. Good Lord. Jason Bourne has 6, and he's trip zip. Can he get in front of Lance? Yes. Puts it 1 above 7 and is 17 total. Lance Churchuk takes 39. Has to take 12 or less. Breaks it out, goes 1167.2 on 1170. That is the 5th perfect light, I believe. 2 red, 3 green. Good Lord. Jason Bourne moving into the next round. Alan Warunke, left-hand side, 1154 the dial, trying to chase down Jaden Melnick. In his 75 Chevy Malibu, dialed in at 1170. Advantage to Alan, and he is in front. Got 80 to work with. Can he hold off? Yes. 1186.1 on 1154. Not sure what happened to Jaden. She's dialed in 1170, goes 1194.6. But Allen moving on into the next round. Peter Noyen, 1070 the dial, up against Brian Harluck. Peter, Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, 74 Duster, 1070 the dial, up against Brian, 1035 dial, and that 73 Dodge Dart Sport. CP Inspections helping out Brian. See how he does on the racetrack. Oh, red light start, Brian Harluck. He's 48 on the wrong side. Peter is 21 and moving on. Peter goes out the end 1066.5 on a 1070 dial. And Brian, he goes 1033.0 on a 1035. Well, that red light ends his day partially until the second race we have here this afternoon. Next pair, Ed Matajewski, Sherwood Park, Alberta, 72 Chevy Nova, right-hand side, your Napa lane, 1199 dial for him. Dwight Alfry in the 74 Barracuda, dialed in at 1019, trying to chase down Ed. And can't wait. 007 red for Dwight. Ed Matajewski moving on to the next round. Let's see what they run, folks. Third and final call, Super Pro. Leave it second call, Super Pro. Second call, Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Second call, Super Pro down to the staging lanes. Junior Dragsters, you guys are on standby. Junior Dragsters, you are on standby. Next pair, Mike Lipek, 71 Duster, 11 flat the dial. Jason Prosler, 70 Chevy Chevelle, dialed in at 1125. Advantage to Jason. He's got 28 in the bag. Can he get rid of the extra? No. 1118.8 on 1125. Had to take nothing. Had to take 0001 to win that round. We can't do it. Mike Lipek, he goes 1097.2 on 11 flat dial and breaks out less. So he'll be moving on. Next pair, Cole Blagden, Beaumont, Alberta, 71 Duster, up against the 75 Duster of Wally Kuzik. 1170 versus a 1073. Cole taking the 1073. An advantage to Wally. Third and final call, Super Pro. Third and final call for Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. And Cole Blagden doesn't get rid of enough. Wally Kuzik is 47, dead 9. Cole had no chance. Cole was 95 up front, goes 1061.7 on a 1073 dial. All right, I already did third and final call for Super Pro Juniors. First call to staging. Junior dragsters, first call to the staging lanes. Super Pro, if you are doubled, make your way down as soon as possible. All right, and we are back. Super Pro round number 2. Second call, Junior Dragsters. Second call, Junior Dragsters. With that, our first pair, Sean Tracy, 63 Chevy Corvette, dialed in 870, trying to run away from Jason Solomon in his 01 Dragster, dialed in at 861. Advantage Tracy, he's got 34 in the bag. Can he hold off Jason? Yes, he can. 872.3 on an 870 dial. Locks out. Jason was 54. Sean was 43 total. Sean moving on into the next round. Next pair, Peter Noyen, Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, in that 74 Duster. Dialed in at 1070. Up against Sherman Schlott out of Stony Plain, Alberta, dialed in at 797. I'm going to make this third and final call for Junior Dragsters. Third and final call, Junior Dragsters. Come on down in your pairs. And I'm going to call test and tune. First call, test and tune to follow the Junior Dragsters. First call, test and tune to follow the Dragsters. Peter has got a lot, about 110 to work with. Does he look over and see Sherman behind him way too far? No. Peter had to take 24 less. He would have turned on the win light. He goes 10.67.6 on a 10.70. Sherman, he goes 8.03.9 on 7.97. And we're moving on into the next round of Super Pro. Pat DeHoniak, Emily Gerard, Chilliwack, BC for Emily, and Seba Beach for Pat. Pat's dialed in at 9.13 and Emily dialed in at 7.42 in the summit lane. I'll make the second call for our bike and test and tune category. Bike and test and tune. Make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Emily, 10 red. Pat getting bailed out. He's 44 on the tree and goes 9.14.4 on a 9.13. Emily hits a stripe at 7.39, 7 on a 7.42. But it's done for this race day in Super Pro. Second call, test and tune and bike. Second call, test and tune and bike. Make your way down to the staging lanes if you want to make a run here before I call heavy metal. Heavy metal, you are on standby. Heavy metal, you are on standby. Mike Swanson, Clint Dalla. Dalla 42, Swanson 47. Swanson's Dalla 11:30, Clint 8:89. Can Clint chase him down in that Napa lane? No. Mike Swanson gets there first, 8 thou. Puts it 1 above 5. Clint, he's 2 above 9. And needed another 9 thou to get in front of Mike. But Mike moving on into round number 3 of Super Pro. Lance Churchuk getting the competition by here. Sorry, a break by. He's out of Leduc in his 70 Duster, sponsored by Pro Light Electrics, dialed in at 1170. And moving on to the next round. $11.68.6 for Lance Churchuk. He was 20 on the tree. Nice little lap. We'll be moving into our juniors right away here. Junior Thunder first, and then into our Junior Lightning. But I'm going to make this third and final call, test and tune. Third and final call for test and tune to the staging lanes, please. That was test and tune and bikes. Test and tune and bikes. This is your third and final call to the staging lanes. All right, our first pair of Junior Thunder, Dylan Baker, Presley McLean. Dylan, High River, Alberta, 08 KCS, dialed in at 1312 in your summit lane. Helping him out is Racer's Edge, High River, Top Gun Coatings, Brad's Automotive. And for Presley, Spruce Grove, Canadian Tire, Stephanie McLean, Realtor with Century 21 Masters. Presley's dialed in at 1190. Presley has got 50 in the bag. Can she chase down Dylan? Presley can't get there. Goes 12.072 on an 1190 dial. Dylan 13.19 with a 9 on a 1312 dial. Moving into the final of our Junior Thunder class. Ashton Baker out of High River, Alberta, and is in the 06 Harden left-hand side. Top Gun Coatings and the Racer's Edge. Helping them out there, 11.72 the dial. All right, and into our Lightning. Owen Marty, 917 the dial for him in the Napa lane. Sarah Duchesne is in your Summit lane, dialed in 895. Owen dialed in at 917. Gonna be leaving first. Oh, double red, but true start is on. 2 red for Owen, 19 for Sarah. Owen goes out the end at 925.2 at 69 miles an hour, and Sarah, she goes out the end at 901.8 at 72 miles an hour, but the worst red is a factor there. Our next pair, Cohen Laprice, Whitecourt, Alberta, 2016 JR. Nope, just kidding. That's a Mike Boss. Riker Dupuis is in the JR, and he's out of Millet, Alberta, dialed in 815, Cohen 897. Cohen 21 up front and is going to get the win light. Riker is 50 on the wrong side. Riker goes out the end 823.0 on an 815 dial. Cohen goes out the end 901.3 on an 897. Moving on into round number 2 of junior dragsters. Lightning. Braden Marty, 897 the dial for him, and Benjamin Helena, right-hand side. Braden, dialed in at 897. Benjamin, dialed in at 890. An advantage to Braden. And win light to Braden. Braden goes 35, dead 4. Benjamin late on the tree, but goes 897.9 at 72 miles an hour. And our last junior. Our last junior in Lightning, pardon me, Easton Marty, Millet, Alberta in his 06 half scale, going to be moving on into round number 2 of juniors and is dialed in at 841. $845.0 on an 841 dial for Easton. And that rounds out our Lightning category for now. Clara Donaldson out of Edmonton. Just got licensed. Gonna make some extra runs here today. All right, and JM's coming up here. The solo bike we have here this weekend, so he's going to be getting the win in our bike class. 04 Suzuki Hayabusa, dialed in at 9:03. First call. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem to the staging lanes, please. Jay having some problems there. 984.7 on a 903. I'm sure I'll figure it out. And turn it around, come back around for maybe some test hits. But Leo Hardaway out of Edmonton in his Ford Altered is up here making a run with James Kendrick out of Sherwood Park, Alberta in his 69 Pontiac Acadian. Leo, 22 up front. James letting him go. Leo goes 8:59.6 at 1:53. And James goes 11:56.2 at 1:06. Corey Osland in that Mutual Propane sponsored Dragster Summit side with Clarence Bidnack in that 70 Roadrunner. $37 red for Corey, $39 green for Clarence. Corey goes up the end 766 at 174. And Clarence goes 1068.1 at 123. Solo dragster coming up here. Danielle Moderson, 2000 Neil V dragster out of Edmonton, Alberta. Double 05, Danielle Moderson puts it 5:46.0 and shuts it off early. We're going to be moving to Dean Hartley in his 57 Chevy. The blown 57 Chevy, as you can hear. Gonna make it second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem to staging lanes, please. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem for your round number 2 of elimination. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. All right, left-hand side, I believe, is Brett Fitt. I could be wrong. But right-hand side, I know it is Isabella Dalla at our Ardrossan in the 04 Mullis. Red light, Isabella. She's 122 on the wrong side, 47 left side. Isabella goes out the end 848 at 158. Left-hand side goes 977.1 at 136. Mike Lauderwald, 1967 Chevy Chevelle at Edmonton, Alberta. Making another test pass in the summit lane. Mike, he's 24 up front, goes 9:15.0 and gets out of it at 1,000 feet. Jeanette Coleman, Sherwood Park, Alberta, 68 Chevy Chevelle. Jeanette not caring about the tree, just wanting to make a clean lap. And it looks like she's going to 11:28 at 1:18. Third and final call. Third and final call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Third and final call, Heavy Metal Mayhem for eliminations round number 2. Sportsmen, you guys are on deck. Woo! Top alcohol, funny car action. Coming back for a second test run. Doing a nice little burnout to 300 feet, I believe. In that car is McKenna Bold. I'm not sure if I'm correct or not, so somebody please correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe licensing in this top alcohol funny car was running a top alcohol dragster on the NHRA circuit, but calls Rad Torque Raceway her home. Maybe trying to get her license here for top alcohol funny car. And a nice 1,000-foot pass, 724 at 154. Nice clean lap there for, I believe, McKenna Bold. We'll be moving on into our Heavy Metal Mayhem round number 2 of eliminations here very shortly. First call, Sportsman, round number 3. First call, Sportsman, round number 3. But our first pair, Heavy Metal Mayhem, round number 2, Darren O'Connor, Panoka, Alberta, 90 Ford Mustang, dialed in at 650. Trying to run away from Justin DeHoniak, Spruce Grove, Alberta, 06 TNT Dragster, R&D Trailer Rentals, BKE Transportation, CCMR Performance helping him out there in the Summit side, 450 the dial for him. Oh, Darren gonna want that one back. 22 on the wrong side. Justin is 55 and puts it 14 thou under. Darren, he also goes under 32 thou, but ended his round with the red light. Next pair, Chris Melnick, Leduc, Alberta, 73 Duster, dialed in at 640. Trying to run away from Teresa Gates, Medicine Hat, Alberta, 07 TNT Dragster, dialed in at 495. Sponsored by Fast Times Machining. Gonna make this second call for Sportsman, round number 3. Second call, Sportsman, for round number 3. Pro, you are on standby. Pro, you are on standby. Oh, Teresa, she's got 84 in the bag. Just rip it. Oh my good Lord, Teresa. Mom, taking 43 to put it dead to. Teresa Gates is 6 total. Gross. Chris Melnick, he goes 636.2 on a 640 and had no chance. I don't know how many packages we've had that are below 10 thou, but this has got to be the 3rd or 4th one I've seen. You guys really want that money today, and it shows. Robin DeRose, 526 in his 09 Mullis in the Napa lane. Dialed in at 526. Michael Scholl, 22 TNT Dragster, dialed in at 460 out of Calgary. Hey, how's our chat bleachers doing? I haven't looked at you guys in a long time. You guys been talking at all? Oh, you guys are talking. Well, it's good to see you guys here. 25 of you watching the stream here today. I appreciate all of you here. Hey, thank you, Dan. Glad to see you guys tuning in. But we're going to watch Michael and Robin do it here. Tree. Oh my goodness, Michael Scholl has got 100 to work with, and he makes those work every time. He puts it 5 above and is moving on to the next round. Robin DeRose goes 523.8 on a 526. Michael wasn't going to give him that one. Don't you worry. Dale Bristol, left-hand side, 461 the dial. Sponsored by Bell Engines and Precision Performance in the 08 Mullis Dragster. Trying to chase down Jason Mercer of Chestermere in his 07 Roadster, dialed in at 652. Jason not wanting to go in first, takes his time. Dale's in. Oh, Jason Mercer turns on the red light. 15 on the wrong side. Dale Bristow, he's 38 and 1 above 5. Moving into round number 3 of Heavy Metal Mayhem. Third and final call for Sportsman. Third and final call for Sportsman. First call pro. First call pro to the staging lanes for your round number 3. First call pro to the staging lanes. Third and final call Sportsman. First call pro. As soon as you guys are paired up and ready, make your way down to the staging lanes as far as you can. This pair, Ray Gates, 18, Miller Dragster, Medicine Hat, Alberta, Fast Times Machining sponsored in your summit lane, 463 the dial. Trying to chase down Mike Lipek. Lipek. I think it's Lipek. I'm going with Lipek. 71 Duster. 695. Ray's in, here comes a tree. 19 to a 16, 3-thou advantage to Mike. Can he hold off Ray? He can. 7:02.1 on a 695. Ray getting there. 73 had to take 68 or less. Goes 462.4 and a 463. Mike Lipek is moving on to the next round. Cody Graves getting the bye this round. 466 a dial for him. Moving into round number 3. Once again, I just called third and final call for Sportsman. First call pro. Third and final call for Sportsman. First call for pro to the staging lanes, please. Rip it and ship it. 16 for Cody up front. And he goes 2 above 6. Got a couple more pairs of heavy metal action to come through here. Jeff Talbot, 71 Chevy Chevelle, Onyx River Oilfield, Construction, Wolf Midsteam, sponsored Chevelle, left-hand side, 543 the dial for him. And Shane, I always have such a tough time with his last name. I'm not going to lie to you guys. $478 the dial for Shane. 18 to a 26, 8-thou for Shane. And is going to get the win light. Puts it 1 above 9, taking 24. Jeff was 3 above 6 and just couldn't hold off Shane. Next pair, Mark Bold, Red Deer, Alberta, 08 Mullis Dragster, 487 is the dial for him. Sponsors for him are Hughes Performance and Simpson Racing, and he is trying to run away from Tanner Gates in his 08 TNT Dragster out of Medicine Hat, Alberta. Fast Times Machining sponsored, 451 the dial for him. Hey Reese, don't worry. We got lots more quarter mile racing. You got to come out here. We got pro, super pro, sportsman. Just for our heavy metal class for the actual money today. Gonna make some, it's double pay, double points for these guys. Oh, and Tanner having problems. Mark Bold gonna put it 2 above 8. Not sure what happened to Tanner there. He just rolled right through the beams. That is a sad one for Tanner. He'll be done for this afternoon until we move into our second race. But we're going to wait for him to make his way the entirety of the racetrack. Yeah, if you're wondering what all that smoke is from, that is from the 67 Ford Shelby Mustang of Braden Helena out of Vegreville, Alberta, 544 the dial. Helena Farms sponsored dragster. I'm so used to seeing them in the dragster, I forget. Helena Farms sponsored Mustang as well as SDHP Race Shop helping him out. He's trying to chase down Pat DeHoniak out of Seba Beach in his 27 Ford Roadster. Pat's dialed in at 575. Second call pro, round number 3. Second call pro, round number 3. We need you guys in the staging lanes. 14 to a 33, advantage Braden. We're going to see him nose it over at the end and gets there. Gave it back, actually. Threw out the anchor and goes 546.6 on a 544. Pat, he's 572.4 on a 575. Braden moving on into round number next of Heavy Metal Mayhem. I'm going to make this third and final call pro. Third and final call pro to the staging lanes. I'm going to make this first call Super Pro. First call Super Pro. And moving into the next round, Jared Greenan of Sportsman. Devon, Alberta is where he calls home. He's got that 82 GMC C1500. Got a dial-in of 1184. And now is moving on to round number next, the Sportsman. Neil McDonald, Waylon Carlson. Carlson, right-hand side in the 03 Dodge Dakota. The 68 Chevy Chevelle is what Neil's driving. 1198 for Neil, 1307 for Waylon. All right, second call Super Pro. Waylon gonna have 14 thou in the bag. They're both late, but it doesn't matter. There's only 14 thou between them. Who is gonna get to the stripe first? Waylon, 1307.9 on a 1307 dial-in, gets there 88 in front. Neil puts it 1206.4 on 1198 and is done until we start our next race here today. Rob Klein-Beekman. Yeah, I think I actually said that right. Paul Blagden, Beaumont, Alberta, 76 Scamp, 22 Dodge for Rob in the right-hand side, 1443 the dial against a 12 flat. Advantage to Rob. He's got 30 to work with. Can he hold off Paul to the finish line? Paul ripping it, but does not get there. Rob is 1444 on a 1443. Taking 82. Ball, he puts it 5 above 9, but couldn't tighten up the stripe enough. First call, Junior Dragsters. And third and final call. Second call for Super Pro. Second call Super Pro to the staging lanes. And first call for Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Second call Super Pro. First call Junior Dragsters. You know, chat bleachers, you guys are awesome. You guys are so nice to me. But on the racetrack, we got Alan Warunki at Edmonton, Alberta, in that 85 Camaro, dialed in at 1154. And Wally Kuzik at Spruce Grove, Alberta, in the 75 Duster, 1171 the dial for Wally, 1154 for Alan. Advantage to Wally. He's got 68. He's got 59 in the bag, pardon me. And is going to work with it. Wally puts it 5 above 2, taking 15. Alan, he goes 1154.9 and 1154. Was all in the reaction time. Right-hand side, Jason Bourne, Airdrie, Alberta, 88 Chevy S10. Lordco Auto Parts, Red Baron Racing, helping him out, dialed in at 1027, 1097. I believe that's Mike Lipik. In the left-hand side, he's 49 to a 19 of Jason's. Can Jason get around the green duster? No. Looks like Leipig's going to turn on the win light, 10.96.2 on a double breakout. But breaks it out 15 thou less. Jason had to take 29 or less. All right, Peter Noyen, 10.67 the dial in that 74 Duster in the Summit lane, and 11.97 for Ed Matajewski in his 72 Chevy Nova in your Napa lane. I'm going to make this third and final call. Third and final call, Super Pro. Third and final call, Super Pro. We need you in the staging lanes. Second call for Junior Dragsters. Second call, Junior Dragsters. Oh, 2 thou between them. Peter's got 2 in the bag. They're 23 to a 25. Can Peter get around Ed? No. Ed puts it 1 above 1 to get their 4 thou in front. Peter is 10.68.7 on a 10.67. Nice little drag race there. Ed moving on into round number next of Pro. We are missing 1 Super Pro racer, 1 Super Pro racer. You have got 5 minutes to make your call. Once again, we have 1 Super Pro racer who needs to make their way to the staging lanes. Your 5-minute timer starts now. All right, looks like all our Super Pro racers are here. Third and final call for Junior Dragsters. Third and final call for Junior Dragsters. All right, Sherman Schlott out of Stony Plain, Alberta. Spitzer Dragster getting the bye here in Super Pro. 7.97 the dial. All right, Test and Tune, you are on deck. Test and Tune, you are on deck after Junior Dragsters. All right, that was Sherman making the rundown there. 7.97.9 on a 7.97 dial, going 35 green. Next pair, Lance Churchuk. 70 Duster, dialed in 11.68, and to wait, Sean Tracy, 63 Chevy Corvette, dialed in at 8.71. An advantage to Lance Churchuk. He's got 14 in the bag. Can he hold off Sean Tracy? Yes, he can. 11:69.7 on 11:68 dial in, taking 24. Sean Tracy, he's 11. 8:73.7 on an 8:71 dial in. But Lance moving on into our semifinals of Super Pro. Next pair, Mike Swanson, Pat Dehoniak. 27 Ford Roadster of Pat's is dialed in at 9:11, trying to chase down Mike Swanson in his 02 Chevy S10, dialed in at 11:30. First call, test and tune. First call, paid, test and tune, and bikes. First call, test and tune, and bikes. Down to the staging lanes, please. Oh, advantage. Swanson got a lot. Pat moving towards the center line, but stays in it. Mike Winlight. 11:34.0 on 11:30 dial in. Pat, he's 4 above 8. But the difference was in the reaction time. Mike getting there about 100. So that tells you what Pat's light was. Close to 100. But we're going to go into our junior category that rounds out Super Pro semifinals. Mike Swanson, Sherman Schlott, and I already forgot the other pair. Oops. But we're moving into juniors. Ashton Baker, High River, Alberta, 06 Hardin Jr. with Dylan Baker. Our final for our Thunder category for the first race of this Saturday. 11:72 for Ashton, 13:14 for Dylan. Both of them have identical sponsors, Racers Edge, High River Autoplex, Top Gun Coatings, and Brad's Automotive, helping them both out here today. I'm going to make this second call, paid, test and tune. Second call, paid, test and tune, heavy metal, you are on standby. Second call, paid, test and tune to the staging lanes. Dylan rolls it in deep and goes red. Giving the win to Ashton. Dylan goes out the end 13:21.8 on a 13:14 dial. Ashton 11:74.9. 11:72 is your winner of our Junior Thunder category for the first race of the day. Next pair, Braden Marty. Millet, Alberta, 2000 KCS Junior Dragster, dialed in at 8:96 up against Cohen Laprice, Iron Wing, Iron Tank. Sponsored, Ebert's Brothers sponsored Junior Dragster, right-hand side, dialed in at 9 flat. Braden's dialed at 8:96. Cohen turning on the red light. 44, Braden Marty moving on to the next round of our Junior Lightning. All right, who's going to join Braden in the Junior Lightning category for round number next? Easton Marty or Owen Marty? 9:20 for Owen and 8:45 for Easton. Third and final call, paid, test, and tune. If you guys want to make a run, you got to come now. Third and final call, paid, test, and tune. 003 to a 20. Easton in control, but can't get rid of enough. Easton goes 8:42, 2 on an 8:45 dial in. Owen goes 9:24, 0 on a 9:20. Easton taking 85, had to take, I believe it's 63 or less. I lied, 58 or less. And I believe we have some testers here, Sarah Duchesne and, ooh, I can't see the other junior. Once again, third and final call, third and final call, test and tune. Third and final call, test and tune. Gonna make this first call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem to the staging lanes. Once again, first call, Heavy Metal Mayhem down to the staging lanes to run your round number 3. Double reds on that last pair. But Sarah Duchesne going 28 red, going 9:049, and in the summit lane, 12:045 with a 59 red. Claire Donaldson getting used to the car, running it around, learning how to run a junior dragster. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. I need you guys in the staging lanes for round number 3, I believe. All right, making some test passes here. Isabella Dalla, Ardros in Alberta in the 04 Mullis in the Summit Lane. And in the 69 Pontiac Acadian, James Kendrick. 12 for Isabella. And we got some cheering going on the starting line. They must be really happy about that light. 8:39 at 1:59. Looks like she figured it out. James goes down the end 11:50 with an 8. Randy had some issues earlier and wants to test this 63 Corvette of his again. All right, third and final call. Heavy Metal Mayhem, third and final call. We need you in the staging lanes. Third and final call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. 2 red for Randy Moderson. And clicks it off. He goes 5:11 or 5:11.9 at 1:36 in the 8th. Sportsman and Pro. Sportsman and Pro, you guys are on standby. Sportsman and Pro, you guys are on standby. All right, Mario Monette trying to make a run here, I believe, or has maybe shut off the truck. He has not shut off the truck, making some test passes here before Hot August night, I believe, getting it all figured out in that 379. Mario absolutely getting after it. Goes 11:16 at 123.5 miles an hour in that semi. I need all of our Heavy Metal Mayhem. To the staging lanes, please. I already made third and final call. I think all of you are here, but if you are not here, you are running very late. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. This is for our remaining racers in sportsman or just pro and super pro. We are going to be swapping guys in the rotation just really quick, just for the next couple rounds. So it'll go sportsman, super pro, and then pro. And then we'll go juniors, bike test and tune, and then heavy metal mayhem. Once again, for this next rotation of rounds, we'll go sportsman, super pro, pro, juniors, bike test and tune, heavy metal mayhem. That was Larry Peters making his run down the racetrack, turns at 29 red, and shuts it off early, but coasts to a 906 at 112. All right, attention in the pits. While we got some time, I want to talk to our racers right now. So if you are a racer and you are planning on racing the second event today, we are going to be giving you guys all a qualifier. So once we get to the final of heavy metal, because it is the largest class, we will be going into first round of qualifying for the second race. Run order stays the same. The only thing for our racers is you need to come and buy in. You don't have to do it right now. We're not set up for it quite yet. But once we get to that point, you guys need to bring your buy-ins for the second race up to the tower. Once again, once we get to the final of heavy metal, we will then start our full rotation again for our second race of today. Everybody will get one qualifier, put onto a ladder, and then we will be collecting buy-ins as you guys are doing so. Don't bring up your buy-ins quite yet. I will announce when we are ready to start taking money for that race. But as we're doing a little bit of track prep here, folks, I want to let our sportsman guys know, and I want to let our super pro guys know, you guys are on standby for your semifinals. Once again, our sportsman and super pro, you guys are on standby. All right, attention in the pits. The tower is ready. If you want to race the second race today, we will be taking your buy-ins at the tower. Now, very important for you racers, if you do not bring your buy-in up to the tower, you will not be on the ladder and you will be done. You will make a random qualifying for nothing. We will not be chasing people around. If you want to race in the second race, bring your buy-in and your car number, and please be ready. We are not chasing people around like we did this morning. If you want to run the second race, bring up your money, make your qualifier, and get put on the ladder for the second race. But we're in our first race, and Justin Dahaniak just did his burnout for Heavy Metal Mayhem round number 3. Dialed in at 449 in his 06 TNT Dragster, trying to win some money. Once again, for our racers, if you want to run the second race, bring up your buy-ins, bring up your money, bring your car number. If you want to run in this second race, you want to try to win some more money today, or maybe just try to win any money today, because we will not be chasing you down. If your money is not here by the time elimination round number 1 for your class starts, you will not be on the ladder. 16 for Justin Dahaniak and puts it dead 7. 23 total for Justin Dahaniak. Oh, here we go. Quarterfinal action. Just kidding. Round before quarters. We got Mike Lipek and Michael Scholl. Calgary, Alberta for Michael in his 22 TNT Dragster, dialed in at 464, trying to chase down Mike Lipek in his 71 Duster. Mike is still in pro. That is why we swapped the rotation, give him some more time to cool down. But he's trying to win some heavy metal money. But Michael Scholl stands right in his way. and Mike Lipik turns on the red light by a lot. Michael Scholl is 003 and 21 under. Pretty much 2 under. And gets there 18 in front. And Michael Scholl will be moving on into our quarterfinals. But our next pair, Dale Bristol, pitted right beside each other. Dale Bristol, Cody Graves. 08 Mullis Dragster for Dale. 07 TNT for Cody. Cody is in your Napa lane, dialed in at 467. Dale dialed in at 461. Once again, racers, if you want to be in our second race today, bring up your money now. Then you don't have to worry about it. You'll be on the ladder no matter what. If you don't bring up your money, you will not be on the ladder. Oh, another red light. Dale Bristol hit it too hard. Cody Graves getting the win. Dale turns at 49 red. He goes 462-1 on a 461. Cody Graves, 9 dead 4, 13 total. Cody Nasty Graves. He's digging Graves today. Just feeling it. I don't know what he drank this morning, but I want some of it when I'm racing. But coming up next, we got Shane. We got Shane Heinrich out of Mundare, Alberta, dialed in at 479, up against Teresa Gates out of Medicine Hat, Alberta, 07 TNT Dragster, Fast Times Machining sponsored. First call, Sportsman and Super Pro. First call, Sportsman and Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. We need you now. Semifinals for Sportsman and Super Pro. Sportsman in front, Super Pro to follow. Teresa Gates has got 20 in the bag. Can she get rid of it? Yes. 495.5 on a 494 dial in. Shane Heinrich, he goes 477.0 on a 479, taking 6. Couldn't get rid of enough. Teresa moving on into our quarterfinals of Heavy Metal Mayhem. Next pair, Braden Helena, 67 Ford Shelby Mustang. 67 Ford Shelby Mustang. I don't know if I said 47 or not, but 546 the dial for Braden out of Eggerville. Trying to run away from Mark Bold in his 08 Mullis Dragster. Hughes Performance, Simpson Racing helping him out, dialed in at 487. Oh, Braden Helena turns on the win light, but he had to do nothing for it. Mark Bold is on the red side a lot. 65 on the red side. He goes 487.2 on a 487 dial. Braden, he runs a 544 on a 546 and is moving on to our quarterfinals. All right, second call, Sportsman and Super Pro. Once again, second call for our Sportsman and Super Pro semifinals. Sportsman first, Super Pro to follow. Pro, you are on standby. Pro, you are on standby. Once again, I need our Sportsman semifinal and our Super Pro semifinal. All right, I'm going to make this second call, or third and final call. Sportsman semifinal, Super Pro semifinal. We need you guys down to the staging lanes. I believe we got our first car of Sportsman. Maybe we've got all of our Sportsman cars. Super Pro. If you guys are not in the lanes, you guys are late. Need our Super Pro, our last Super Pro car, to come down to the staging lanes. We are still waiting on two of our Super Pro competitors. If you guys can make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro competitors, going to make this first call for our Pro semifinalists. First, oh, I see a second Super Pro competitor. I need our third. That last car down the racetrack, Waylon Carlson taking the bide in the final of our sportsman category. He goes 13-10 on a 13-10-7 on a 13-07. But this pair, 006, Rob Klein-Beekman. He's got a lot in the bag against Jared Greenan. Can he get rid of it at the end? He does. 14-49-2 at 98 mile an hour, taking 92. Jared goes dead 8, but it was all in the reaction time. Rob being 006 won him the race there. So our final, Waylon Carlson versus Rob Klein-Beekman in our sportsman semifinal, or in our sportsman final. And I see our last Super Pro competitor pulling into the staging lanes, which means I can make the second call for Pro, and then I need our Junior Lightning final on standby. Once again, second call for our semifinal in Pro, and a standby call for our Junior Lightning final. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Concession will be closing at 6 o'clock. So if you want some drinks, you want some food, want some wobbly pops, whatever you want, you got to go get it now, or else you won't be getting it for the rest of the night. Once again, 6 p.m., the concession, the Rad Torque Raceway concession is closing. All right, Pro semifinalists, this is your third and final call. Third and final call, Pro semifinalists, and I need our Junior Lightning final. Junior Lightning final, this is your first call to the staging lanes. First call, Junior Lightning final. All right, we got our Super Pro and Pro semifinal in the lanes. We need our Junior Lightning finals. Second call, Junior Lightning final. Test and tune, bike and test and tune, bikes and test and tune. You guys are on standby. I'll be calling you guys very shortly once we get through our Super Pro semifinal. Once again, test and tune, bikes and test and tune, you are on standby. But we're going to move into our Super Pro semifinal to find out who's going to win here today for the first race Saturday. Who is going to join Mike Swanson? Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, 02 Chevy S10, 1131 the dial for him. Once again, to all of our racers who came up to the tower to give us all their money for the second race, we appreciate you guys being so quick about it, but we know there's probably a bunch of you racers who still need to buy in. So if you want to buy in, there is an ATM by the concession. Maybe grab some grub, grab some food, or grab some grub, grab some cash, come enter into this second race of tonight. We're going to focus on the first one as we have Mike Swanson, 17 up front, going to take it to the quarter mile and go into the final to meet one of these two drivers in the burnout box. He goes 11:26.7 at 1:20. Now, who's going to join Mike? Sherman or Lance? Sherman dialed in at 797. County Line Auto Body helping him out in that Spitzer dragster, trying to run down 1168, an 1168 70 Duster, sponsored by ProLite Electrics. I'm going to make this third and final call, juniors, and first call, bike, test and tune. Bike, test and tune. Bikes and test and tune, pardon me, I should be saying that. This is your first call to the staging lanes. And third and final call for juniors, but on the racetrack, 3,000, separate them, 25 to a 28. Can Sherman get around Lance Churchuk? Does. 25, dead 6, taking a lot. Lance threw out the anchor, but threw it out way too far and way too deep. 1177.0 and 1168 dial in, which means Sherman and Mike Swanson are your finalists for our Super Pro category for the first race this Saturday. Now, to our Pro class, who's going to be in the final? Mike Lipek or Wally Kuzik? 75 Duster in the right, 71 Duster in the left. Mike dialed in at 1096 in your Summit lane. Wally 1173 in your Napa lane. An advantage, Wally. He's got a lot in the bag. Got about 110 in the bag. Can he get rid of it in front of Mike? He does. Puts it one above, 2, taking 144. Mike Lipek, he's 4 above and late. Wally, he's 1 above, 2. He's 25 total. Nasty. Ed Matajewski versus Wally Kuzik is our pro final. And Ed's going to make his run right now. Second call, test and tune. Second call, bike and test and tune. Bikes and test and tune. This is your second call to the staging lanes. Make your way down, be ready. Ed dialed in at 1197, doesn't really matter. That 72 Chevy Nova will be making its way to the final up against Wally Kuzik. He's 72 up front and going to take it on a nice leisurely stroll. All right, our heavy metal mayhem quarterfinals. You guys are on deck. Heavy metal mayhem quarterfinals. You guys are on deck. Once again, folks, if you want to race in this second race, you got to bring the money to the ladies. If you do not bring your money to the ladies and you make your qualifier, you will not be on the ladder. End of story. We are not chasing people around for the second race. We are trying to get it done. Once again, if you want to be in the second race, you need to do so as soon as possible. But our final in our lightning category, 894 to a 920. The Martys, Braden, left-hand side, right-hand side, Owen. Third and final call. Third and final call, bike and test and tune. Third and final call, bike and test and tune. Owen elects to go in first. Braden decides to go in second. 26 to a 006. Owen with the advantage. He's got 20 thou in the bag. Is he going to get to the eighth of a mile? Start ripping it. No, doesn't have to. 006, dead 7. 14 total pretty much for Owen Marty. Braden was 26 on the tree and had no chance. All right, test and tune. I made your third and final call. This is the first call for Heavy Metal Mayhem. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem, the quarterfinals of Heavy Metal Mayhem. We need you guys to come down to the staging lanes, please. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. All right, we got some junior test and tunes coming up here. We also got our test and tunes coming up, bike and test and tune coming up here really soon. But I did just make first call Heavy Metal Mayhem. I'm going to make the second call Heavy Metal Mayhem. Sportsman final, pro final, super pro final. You guys are on standby. All right, while we wait for our heavy metal competitors to get into the staging lanes, for those of you in the bleachers, for those of you in the chat bleachers, and for those racers in the pits, I'm going to talk about some of our sponsors here at Rad Torque Raceway. We appreciate all of you guys helping us out. Napa and Summit Equipment helping us out on the scoreboards, our mutual propane burnout box. We also got Sideshow Fabrication and Paint, the Golf Cart people, Wheaton Honda, Powerhouse Machining Limited, OC Diesel, Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, sponsoring the series here today and this weekend. Crystal Glass, Ron Hodgson, Chevrolet Buick GMC, Key Egg Kubota, Finning Cat, Ace Racing, Coast Nisku Inn and Comfort Center, Prime Engine Remanufacturing, Cooper Equipment Rentals, Sip Vodka, the official vodka of Rad Torque Raceway, Coca-Cola, Sea Change Brewing, Bucks Auto Parts, Kelsey Paving, Mutual Propane, Mario's High Performance Diesel, Revolution Crane and Transport, Perfect Auto Glass, Metal Supermarkets, and Orion Building Maintenance helping us out with our scrubber. We appreciate all of you guys helping us out here at Rad Torque Raceway. Make sure you guys show your support to them. They help us. We help them. It's a great relationship for everybody. Third and final call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Third and final call, Heavy Metal Mayhem to the staging lanes. Sportsman final, Pro final, Super Pro final. If you guys are ready, when we start running heavy metal, I will call all of you down. Once again, Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro final. You guys are all on deck. Once we get Heavy Metal Mayhem going, I'll be calling all of you to the staging lane, so be ready when I call you. James Kendrick making a test and tune pass. Maybe having a little bit of issues. He's on and off the throttle. Goes 11:57 at 1:07. Hopefully he gets that Acadian fixed up and figured out. Maybe he meant to do it. Not sure. But our juniors are done. Looks like our test and tune is done for this little bit. We got our 5 Heavy Metal Mayhem competitors that we need to run off. Once again for our second race, once we get to the Heavy Metal Mayhem final, we will call the first round of qualifying for sportsmen and follow the run order we have all day. Once again, as soon as we get to the Heavy Metal final, that is when the first round of qualifying will be called behind them. If you have not brought your money and you want to race that second race, I know you do. This is kind of a unique opportunity. You get to do 2 races in one day twice. You get to do it today, you get to do it tomorrow. But you guys need to bring in your buy-ins. Mostly everybody has brought it in. So this will probably be my second last time I'll be calling this out. But if you guys want your buy-ins, it's $20 for Pro, $30 for Super Pro, $100 for Heavy Metal. If you guys want to be in that second race, it is the best idea to come up right now while we have a little bit of time. We got to do a little bit of cool down for our Heavy Metal racers. And everybody will be getting 1 qualifying. All right, Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro. Sportsman Pro Super Pro finalists. We've got all of our heavy metal competitors here. We would like our final. For Sportsman Pro and Super Pro, down to the staging lanes, please, in that order. Sportsman in first, Pro in behind, and then Super Pro. All right, quarter final action. Double the payout, double the points for this race this Saturday. Oh boy. The Graves Digger, Cody Graves, right-hand side. Your Napa lane dialed in at 467 in that 07 TNT. And against him, the other 07 TNT, Teresa Gates, Medicine Hat, Alberta, Fast Times Machining sponsored. Dialed in at 494 and trying to hold off Cody. Once again, I'm going to make the second call for our finals. Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro. I need our finals for all three classes. If you guys can make your way down to the staging lanes. But here we go back to the racetrack. Cody's in, Teresa's in. Here we go. Oh, Teresa missed it. Big time. Cody rocking the scoop, puts it 2 above 4, and is moving on to our semifinal. Teresa, she's 158. Not sure if she sneezed, held on to the button for too long, what it may be. She is now done for this heavy metal weekend, or heavy metal day. But Cody moving on to the semis. Next pair, Justin Dehoniak, 06 TNT Dragster, Spruce Grove, Alberta. R&D Trailer Rentals, BKE Transportation, CCMR Performance. Dialed in at 451. Michael Scholl, Calgary, Alberta, 22 TNT Dragster, Sunset Performance, FTI Converters Transmissions, and Pro 1 Safety Canada are helping him out. Left-hand side, dialed in 461. Got a 10th to spare to try to hold off Justin Dehoniak. All right, our Sportsman final is here. I need our Pro final and our Super Pro final. $32 to a 15. Michael Scholl has got 17 thou in the bag. Can he get rid of it? Shake the scoop. 1 above 8. Taking nothing. Giving it back to Justin Dehoniak. He's 1 above 8 and 15 on the tree. Justin taking 12. Had to take 2 or less. Nasty. Goes 449.9 on a 451 dial in. Michael Scholl, Cody Graves, and Braden Helena is your semifinal for Heavy Metal Mayhem. Double the pay, double the points. Feels good. It'll be Cody Graves versus Braden Helena. Michael Scholl getting the bye to our final. Braden, he's in that 67 Ford Shelby Mustang, dialed in at 544. $33 on the tree, can take some out of the box, do whatever he wants. Maybe he just missed it, but puts it 541.2 on a 544 at 129. Now, I believe our Sportsman final is up next. And that's our sportsman final Rob Klein-Beekman in the right-hand side versus Waylon Carlson. And Waylon Carlson turns on the win light in a double breakout. Waylon was 105. Rob was 79. With Rob breaking it out more, it goes 1440 on a 1447. Waylon, he's 1307.2 on a 1308, being your winner of our sportsman category. Congratulations to Waylon. Now I believe we have our pro final in the staging lanes. I need our super pro final down to the staging lanes, please. All right, both of our Pro and Super Pro finals are here. Now, for everybody here for the second race, we are going to finish today's race completely and then move into the second race. Once again, we are finishing the first race completely, moving into the second one. But on the racetrack, Ed Matajewski, Sherwood Park, Alberta, 72 Chevy Nova, dialed in at 1197, up against Wally Kuzik at a Spruce Grove, 75 Duster, right-hand side, 71 to a 19. Ed Matajewski has got a lot. He's got 52 in the bag. Will he get rid of it? Yes. 12 flat with a 4. Ed Matajewski is your winner of Pro for the first race of our Saturday. Now, I was just talking about this earlier, folks, just a little bit ago. The second race. We will not start it until the final of heavy metal is in the staging or in the burnout box. Then I will make the first call for everybody down to the staging lanes. Once again, we will finish this race completely, roll into a qualifying for everybody so we can put you all on ladders. And then we'll be moving on into our second race as long as we can today. Now, on the racetrack, Sherman Schlott. Out of Stony Plain, Alberta, Spitzer Dragster, 797 the dial. And chasing down the S10 of Mike Swanson, 1129 the dial. And then O2 S10. Heavy Metal Mayhem semifinal. Heavy Metal Mayhem semifinal. When you guys are cool and ready, make your way down as soon as possible. Once again, Heavy Metal Mayhem, make your way down to the staging lanes as soon as possible. Sherman just has to go green, and he does. 47 the tree for Sherman. Mike, he's 38 on the red side. And Sherman Schlott is your winner of our Super Pro category here today. Congratulations, Sherman. Congratulations, Ed. You guys are our winners of our Pro and Super Pro category. 796.0 for Sherman. Goes 1 under. Mike Swanson goes 2 thou under. Taking a lot, but he was red. So once again, Heavy Metal Mayhem, when you guys are ready, when you guys are cool, make your way down to the staging lanes as soon as possible. We're going to have a little bit of a break here, folks. And I believe we're getting close to that 6 o'clock mark. Yes, it is. We have 25 minutes left at the concession. If you guys want food, you should go get it now. If you guys want drinks, you should go get it now. Some adult bevies, go get it now. We're going to run our second race here, or the concession is closing, and then we're going to be moving into our second race. All right, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Heavy Metal Mayhem semifinalists. We need you all in the staging lanes. Michael Scholl, Cody Graves, Braden Helena. We need all of you in the staging lanes for your semifinal. Once again, we need you guys in the staging lanes as soon as possible. If you are cool and you are ready, make your way down to the staging lanes. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting, if you are a racer and you want to run again in the second race here this evening, we have Pro, Sportsman Pro, Super Pro, and Heavy Metal in our second race. Come up and pay the ladies. A majority of you have. But if you have not, this is your perfect opportunity. We're going to go into our semifinalists. They'll all be given a 10-minute timer of cooling down once everybody is back off the return road. And then I will be calling Sportsman for their first qualifier right after. But I need our semifinalists as soon as possible. Please make your way down to the staging lanes. All right, I got two of our three heavy metal semifinalists. I need our third, Cody Graves. If you can make your way to the staging lanes, please. Cody Graves, make your way down to the staging lanes, please. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. While we're doing a little bit of cool down here, we are going to have paid testers only. Once again, paid test and tune only can come down to the staging lanes until our heavy metal final is cooled down and back. Once again, paid test and tune only. Not if you paid today for a class, only if you've paid for test and tune. You guys can come on down to the staging lanes, make a run or two, or make a run while we wait on our finalists to cool down to roll into our second race and our first round of qualifying for everybody. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If you want some grub, everything is half off. If you want some grub, it is half off until it is gone. They are closing at 6 o'clock. That is 11 minutes from now. Once again, if you want some grub, you want some drinks, go to the concession. It is half off for the next 10 minutes. Cody Graves, 07 TNT Dragster, Sherwood Park, Alberta. He was digging some graves earlier today. He's dialed in at 466, trying to take down Braden Helena of Vegreville, Alberta, in that 67 Ford Shelby Mustang. Helena Farm sponsored, SDHP Race Shop sponsored, dialed in at 541. Who will meet Michael Scholl in the final? Oh, it'll be Braden Helena. 540 with a 6 on a 541. He was 13 up front. Was ready to lay a licking on Cody. Cody is 5 on the wrong side, dead 8, taking 7. But that is our final set. Michael Scholl has the bye. Whether he elects to break the beams or make the run is up to him. But he will be racing Braden Helena in the final. And I believe the payout is quite handsome. But once Michael Scholl makes his run, whether he breaks the beams or makes the full run, looks like he's going to make the full run. He will elect to do so. Once Michael's run happens and he makes it down to the scoreboards, I'll be setting a 15-minute cooldown timer. But during that time, we will go into a break. You guys can get some food, use the bathroom. Our staff are going to take a little bit of a break or run some test and tune cars, then take a little bit of a break. We will move into race number 2 immediately after our final of Heavy Metal Mayhem. Perfect light. Michael Scholl goes dead 4 in a buy run. A 4-pack. Nasty. But now, be waiting for him to get off track and make him get to the scoreboards. Once again, paid test and tune only. Paid test and tune only is allowed to make their runs tonight. If you are trying to race in the second race and you come down for test and tune, you will be turned around. Once again, paid test and tune only. You guys can come to the staging lanes for the next 15 minutes while we wait to give some cooldown time to our finalists. But as we go into a little break here, folks, I will be right back. We guys got a top alcohol funny car coming up, I believe driven by McKenna Bold. She's underneath the tower. And Jeanette Coleman, she's going to make her run in her 68 Chevy Chevelle. Enjoy these next couple runs, guys, for test and tune. The timer for heavy metal has started 15 minutes from now at 18. pardon me. At 6:13, we will be calling you guys down to the staging lanes. Once again, as soon as we hit 6:18 or 6:13, we will be calling you guys down to the staging lanes for our finals and our first qualifier for sportsmen. Pay your buy-ins, folks. You guys only got a few more minutes. 15-minute cooldown for everybody right now. But if you want to race this second race, Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro, Heavy Metal, if you want to race in those categories for this second race, you need to come and pay the ladies right now. If you are not paid by the time they make the ladders, you will not be on it, and it will not matter. We will not be chasing people around today. If you want to race in the second race, come pay now. If you don't, after the first qualifier, you are not in the race. No exceptions. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. Heavy metal finalists. 2-minute warning. Sportsmen, as soon as our heavy metal finalists are underneath the tower, your first call will come. So you are on standby. Once again, sportsmen, you are on standby. All right, I'm going to have to set another timer. Ladies and gents, you have 15 minutes to buy in for the second race. At the end of those 15 minutes, if you have not bought in, you will not be participating in the second race here this evening. Once again, 15-minute timer to buy in. I'm going to make this first call for our heavy metal finalists. We got a lot of money on the line here today, folks. I'm not sure how much it is. But once again, for our heavy metal finalists to make their way down to the staging lanes, please. All right, one of our finalists is here, Michael Scholl. Michael Scholl, make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Make your way down to the staging lanes to run off your final. As soon as you are here, I will be calling sportsmen for their qualifying round number 1. All right, he is here. Sportsman, this is your first call to staging lanes. Follow behind the heavy metal final. Sportsman, for your qualifying round number 1, this is your first call to the staging lanes. You guys got 10 minutes left to buy in. If you want to make this race today, or the second race today, you got to come and buy in. Once again, you have 10 minutes remaining. After that 10 minutes are over, you will not be able to buy in, and your day will be over. All right, second call, Sportsman qualifier round number 1, but on track. Our final for $4,300 today, folks. One of these two is going home with this beautiful big check. As long as I don't take it for myself. But let's get back to the racing. Braden, Helena, Vegreville, Alberta, 67, Ford, Shelby Mustang. Dialed in at 540, Helena Farms, SDHP Race Shop helping him out. And Michael Scholl, left-hand side, Calgary, Alberta, 22 TNT Dragster, helped out by Sunset Performance Engines, FTI Converters and Transmissions, and Pro One Safety. Dialed in at 462, about 8/10 between them. Braden's in. Michael's in. Here comes the tree. Oh my goodness gracious. Michael Scholl is 11 red and dead 3. Braden Helena is also red, but he's only 004 red and a hun under. Or 3 hun above, pardon me. Your winner, his first race back in over a year, Braden Helena has won $4,300 and today's edition of our Heavy Metal Mayhem. What a way to end it. Beautiful. Let's get our sportsman cars underneath the tower. Let's get you guys ready for qualifying round number 1. Pro, this is our third and final call for sportsmen. Third and final call for sportsmen. If you are not in the lanes, you are late. Pro, you are on standby. Pro, you are on standby. Once again, congratulations, Braden Helena, for winning today's edition of Heavy Metal Mayhem and bringing home a cool $4,300. But we got another race coming up here, folks, just in a little bit. All right, here we go. Kevin Greenan and Jared Greenan making their first qualifier here today for our second race this evening, 79 to a 172. Jared goes out the end 1186 with a 1. Kevin 1211 with a 7. I'm going to make this first call pro. First call pro to the staging lanes, please. First call pro to staging lanes. Randy getting up on the boost. Here comes a tree. Red light, Brendan Phillips, he's 18 on the wrong side. Randy, 234. $11.14.17 with a 7 for Brendan, and a $13.40 with a 9 for Randy in your summit lane. Chad McKenzie, Kevin Lupin. 134 for Chad, 363 for Kevin on the tree. Chad makes it out the end 12.039. And Kevin goes 14.55.6. Gonna make the second call pro. Second call pro to the staging lanes, please. Second call pro to the staging lanes, please. Ashley Isabel in her 08 Magnum, going 101 off the start. And Waylon Carlson, 68 up front, goes 13.05.6. Ashley, 12.41.3 at 112. Rob Clean Beekman versus John Schmidt. Rob turning it red 24. John, he's 156 in that 07 Chevy 2500. Rob going to get to the finish line first. 14:48 at 96 miles an hour. And John, pardon me, 16.76.5 at 83.5 miles an hour in the truck. Another GMC coming up here. Wes Nystrom out of Edmonton in his 81 GMC. Up against Neil McDonald in his 68 Chevy Chevelle. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Third and final call for Pro. Super Pro, you are on standby. Super Pro, you are on standby. Neil McDonald, 18 up front. Wes, 159. Neil goes out the end 11.97.1. Wes, he's 15.67.7. Paul Blagden, right-hand side, is 134. Paul is 19 on the wrong side. I believe this is our second last or last pair of sportsmen until we roll into our pro category. Yeah, last pair of sportsmen coming up here, folks. Paul Blagden goes 12.02.1, taking a trip zip stripe in a qualifier. Right-hand side goes 11.86.8. All right, Super Pro qualifying round number 1. This is your first call to staging. Super Pro qualifying round number 1. This is your first call to staging. Wally Kooks and Kuzik and Eric Plintz. Calgary, Alberta is where Eric calls home. He's in his 2010 Chevy Camaro. He goes 13.34.4. Wally, he's 39 on the wrong side and goes 11.73.2. All right, folks, buy-ins. This is your last and final call. Last and final call, 2-minute warning. If you want to run today and you have not bought in at the tower for the second race, you have 2 minutes. Peter Noyen opening it up here in our pro qualifier round number 1 for the second race here today. And Brian Harlock, 115 and 116, the trees for each of them. Super Pro, second call, Super Pro, second call, Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Gonna make this a courtesy call for our juniors. You guys are on standby. Juniors, you are on standby. Super Pro, this is your second call to staging lanes. Brian making his way down the racetrack, 10:26.4 at 1:30. And Peter, he goes 10:68.3 at 1:25.5. Brings up Swanson and Allfry, Dwight and Mike. 74 Barracuda left-hand side, 02 Chevy right-hand side, 113 and 107. Everyone waking up here this afternoon in our pro category. But nonetheless, we're here for it. Dwight, 10:20 at 132 and 11:19 at 119 for Mike. Next pair, Lance Churchuk, Roger Bowe. Roger's got his 78 Camaro. Lance has got his 69 Duster. All right, we woke back up. Lance is 14. Roger is 005. Somebody was listening to me, not sure who. 981 at 136.5 miles an hour for Roger. 1177 at 113 for Lance. Third and final call, Super Pro. Make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Third and final call, Super Pro. Down to the staging lanes, please. We want to get as many of you guys run tonight as we can. Jason Bourne, right-hand side. Alan Warunke, left-hand side. Jason's 26 on the wrong side. Alan is 66 on the green side. Once again, I just made third and final call for Super Pro. Third and final call, Super Pro. Make your way down to the staging lanes, please. First call, Junior Dragsters. First call, Junior Dragsters. Thunder in front, Lightning behind. First call, Junior Dragsters. Jason Prosler, Jason Mercer. In pro, one's got a 70 Chevy Chevelle. The other one's got an 07 Duster? Roadster. Could be a Duster. I think it's a Roadster, though. We're just going to call it an 07 Roadster. Jason Mercer taking his time getting in. They're both in. Here comes the tree. And 44 for Jason. 110 for Prosler. Mercer hits the finish line. 10:30 with a 9 at 133. Prosler hits the finish line with 11:12.7 at 120. I'm sorry, Carrie. I know you're sitting in the chat bleachers. You were really cheering for Mike, but had a tough day on that one. Could have went either way. But I appreciate the 26 of you hanging out in the chat bleachers. We surely appreciate it. We got the sound back. Sadly, it's just me talking. But glad to see you all here. We appreciate you guys tuning in. We also appreciate all our fans in the stands, all you guys who came out for racing today. We appreciate you guys. But we're going to watch Ed Matajewski, the guy who just won today, the earlier race, up against Jordan Travis. Jordan, really red. Ed is 59. All right, second call, Junior Dragster. Second call, Junior Dragster. Super Pro, if you are not in the lanes, you are really late. And once you guys are in the lanes, if you guys are getting in your cars and getting ready, as soon as you are ready, please pull down to the bottom of the tower, please. Pull down as far as you can so that everybody can follow you, get ready at the same time. So we can keep the show on the road. We can keep cars coming through the track and on the track as much as possible. But this pair, Chuck Amulite and Cole Blagden. 71 Chevy Vega for Chuck and a 71 Duster for Cole. But Cole seeming to have problems. 983 Chuck Amulite. He goes 983.1 at 139. Cole going to be taking a little drive down the racetrack, a little stroll. Hopefully everything's okay, but we got to wait for him to get off the racetrack before we send the last car of our pro category. Wally Kuzik making his first qualifier in pro, 97 on the tree. He's in that 75 Duster. He's going to make his way down the racetrack. $11.76 at 119, and with that, our pro category is finished. Now we're into Super Pro. Peter Nguyen, right-hand side. Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, 74 Duster. Up against Corey Osland out of St. Albert, Alberta, 2018 SW Dragster. Mutual Propane sponsored dragster, left-hand side. All right, that last pair looks like Corey had some problems, but Peter Nguyen had none. He was 10 on the wrong side, goes 10.62.9 at 126. Third and final call, junior dragsters. We need you guys down to the staging lanes. We are going to be calling test and tune soonish. Soon as we get into our juniors, I'll be calling test and tune. If you are paid test and tune only, I'll be calling you very shortly. Please be ready when I call you. We're trying to keep cars on track as much as possible. We're trying to get as much done today as we possibly can. But once again, that was third and final call. Junior dragsters, and a standby call for our test and tune. Justin Hamlick in that 72 Chevy Nova. He's 32 up front. And Bella Della Vecchia. I'm told that she came up here and told me what her last name actually was because it gets cut off in the timing system up here. In her 04 Mullis, having some problems on the starting line. Hopefully he gets those fixed, but Justin Hamlick goes 9.853.8. 9.858.3. Good Lord. 141 mile an hour for Justin. Next pair, Pat DeHoniak, Seba Beach, 27 Ford Roadster, Alliance Enterprises, Lenbeth, CCMR helping him out. And Emily Gerard, left-hand side, got that rad sticker on the side of it. She's from Chilliwack, British Columbia, in her 02 dragster, making her first qualifier for the second race here today. Three on the wrong side for Pat DeHoniak. Emily Gerard, she goes 36 on the tree, goes 741.7. Pat, 913.4 at 143.5 miles an hour. Corey Newman, Rod Boyven, 33 Chevy Coupe, left-hand side, 02 Pontiac Firebird, right-hand side. CP Inspections, Bell Engines, helping out Corey in the left-hand side. Both these guys coming up for qualifying round number 1 here in Super Pro. Once again, junior dragsters, if you guys are not here, you are late. Junior dragsters, if you want to make some runs today, I would be in the staging lanes right now. Still on a courtesy call for our test and tune drivers. Please be ready when we call you if you want to run. 009 for Corey, 27 for Rod. Rod Boyven going to get there first, 772 at 176. Corey, 805 with a 6 at 170 as well. Brett getting his car fixed up. Had some problems earlier and had to back it out. Seems to have gotten it fixed. Sean Tracy, 63 Chevy Corvette, left-hand side. Good to see Brett in here. And I did call him out right. He made a test hit, and I wasn't sure if it was him. It was him. 27 red for Sean Tracy, 36 green for Brett. Also, buy-ins are now closed, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not bought in yet and you want to, too bad. You are done for the day. Now, Greg McClellan, left-hand side, Spruce Grove, Alberta, 67 Barracuda. And Mike Swanson, Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, 02 Chevy S10, right-hand side. All right, I'm looking at our juniors pulling underneath the tower, it looks like, or getting close. We only got a few Super Pro cars left. I'm going to make first call for our test and tune. Paid test and tune. This is your first call. Please come on down, be as fast as you can, and make your way down to the staging lanes, because I'm only going to call you another 2 times. Paid test and tune. If you are not here when I call heavy metal, you will not be running. We need to get as many cars down this racetrack as we can. Greg McClellan, 9:56.6 at 140, and Mike Swanson, 11:24.6 at 120. All right, Clint Dalla Vecchia. I got it. Ardrosin, 67 Chevy Camaro, Technician Industries helping him out left-hand side. And Shaylin Smith in the 69 Camaro out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. CS Upholstery, hair by Shaylin, helping her out here today. Oh, no. Problems for Clint Dalla Vecchia. Oh, see, I did it again. Clint Dalla Vecchia. Problems for him in that orange Camaro, and Shaylin leaving a bit too early, but she goes 10:24.7 at 132. Gonna make this second call, paid test and tune. Second call, paid test and tune. This is your time to make your way down to the staging lanes behind the junior dragsters. Once again, paid test and tune. Please be ready. And please make your way down to the staging lanes. This is your second call. All right, Clint backed out, but is going back in. Looks like he's figured out whatever his problem was. I appreciate all the kind words in the chat bleachers, Speedy. I really appreciate it. All the nice comments. Just up here for a little bit this year. I've got this race, Hot August Night, coming up on Wednesday. And then we have our Smoked Out Shootout Friday and Saturday this week. So if you guys want to make your way to the racetrack or tune in on the live stream, you are more than welcome. But I think the experience you would have here at Hot August Night and Smoked Out Shootout this weekend, or next weekend, would be the time to come to the racetrack. But Clint Dalla Vecchia making his way down the racetrack, 67 Chevy Camaro, and shuts it off early. Oh. And he has pulled over to the side of the racetrack. Thank you very much, Clint. We will send our guy down there to go and help him get off the racetrack. All right, while we help Clint get off the racetrack, folks, we're going to have a little break here. But appreciate everybody coming out here this weekend. It's nice to see everybody here. A lot of new cars, a lot of new faces. Hopefully you guys are staying for Midas Hot August Night here this Wednesday and for Smoked Out Shootout. It's going to be an awesome event. Hope to see you guys there. But I'm going to make this third and final call for Test and Tune. Third and final call for Test and Tune. Heavy Metal Mayhem, you guys are on standby. Once again, for our paid Test and Tuners, if you guys are not in the lanes by the time I call the first call for Heavy Metal, you will not be running. So if you want to make a test run, make your way down to the lanes now. All right, back into the action we go. Larry Peters, Calgary, Alberta, in his Chevy Nova. Going to make his first qualifier here today for the second race. We're trying to pull off here. Goes 865 at 154, which will bring up, I believe, Lance Churchuk left-hand side to make his qualifier for Super Pro. I was right in his 70 Duster out of Leduc, Alberta. All right, I believe we have all of our paid testers here. So once we get through our juniors, or get started on our juniors, I'm going to make the first call for heavy metal, but I'm not making that call right now. So heavy metal mayhem, you guys are still on standby. Heavy metal mayhem, you guys are on standby. Lance, 22 up front. Going to take it the quarter of a mile. 1172 at 114. All right, into our juniors we go. Presley McLean, Dylan Baker. Presley, left-hand side, Dylan right. 27 to a 36. Wow, we are ready to go. The juniors want to get it done here today, folks. Presley, 1195 at 52 miles an hour, 1397.7 for Dylan. Oh, 10 red, Owen Marty, left-hand side. Cohen Laprise at a white court. Iron Wing Tank and Vac helping him out. 39 on the tree for him. 9:02.5 for Cohen. 9:15.3 for Owen. All right, I'm going to make this first call. First call to the staging lanes. Heavy Metal Mayhem. First call to staging. Heavy Metal Mayhem. Make your way down. Come as far down as you can. Get in your cars. Get ready. But on the track, we're going to watch Braden Marty make his run for qualifying round number 1 of Junior Lightning. Oh, and 64 on the wrong side for Braden. But at least at least it's a qualifier, not green. 894.8 at 74 miles an hour for Braden. Sarah Duchesne, Easton Marty. Left-hand side, Sarah, she's 122. Easton, he's 44. 8:56.9 for Easton. 9:01 at 73.5 miles an hour. 72.5 miles an hour, pardon me, for Sarah. Now we've got, oh my goodness, I wish I could remember the name. I don't have the name in the system quite yet. It needs to get updated just because she was licensing and now she's in Junior Lightning. But going up beside her is Benjamin Helena. Vegreville, Alberta, Helena Farm sponsored. SDHP Race Shop sponsored. Junior Dragster, left-hand side. Oh, 16th thou, right side. Gotten the junior for the first day and is trying to hit that 000 mark. Real close that time. Benjamin Helena goes 9:37 at 71 miles an hour. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. You guys need to come down to the staging lanes. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Make your way down to the staging lanes, please. All right, in the staging lanes, if you guys can pull underneath the tower, if you are ready and you want to make your run, come up to the underneath the tower as soon as possible. If you guys are ready and in your cars, come on up. Our burnout people will not pull you up until you are ready. Please, if you are ready, make your way as far down the staging lanes as you can. Riker Dupuis getting his car fixed up in the staging lanes and going to make his run. He's 20 on the wrong side and goes 8:24 at 80 miles an hour. Third and final call. Third and final call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. We need you guys in the staging lanes. Third and final call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Sportsmen, you guys are on deck for your first round of eliminations. Once again, sportsmen, you guys are on deck for your first round of eliminations. Mike Lauderwald turns at 3 on the wrong side in his test and tune pass. Goes 9-12 at 150. All right, and there goes Jeanette Coleman, 68 Chevy Chevelle, 46 on the wrong side. Going to do a little bit of track prep here before heavy metal. But she goes 11-14-0. All right, here we go. Justin Dehoniak, Spruce Grove, Alberta, 06 TNT Dragster. Made a couple of rounds in earlier today. And Jeff Talbot, Olds, Alberta, 71 Chevy Chevelle. Onex River Oilfield Construction, Wolf Midsteam helping Jeff out. Double 03 for Justin, goes 4:51.8. Jeff, 001 on the wrong side, goes 5:48. Dale Bristol, Lincoln Rutherford. Rutherford, right-hand side, 71 Ford Pinto. Rebel Fit Nutrition, Royal Projects Incorporated, helping him out. And for Dale, Bell Engines and Precision Performance Engines in your Summit lane. Dale, not sure what happened, must have rolled through the beam. But Lincoln Rutherford, 21 up front, goes 638 at 102, pretty much. Dale Bristol, 573-1 and 137. Next pair, Jason Mercer, Tristan Duchesne. Ooh, it's getting late, folks. The words are starting to not work, but I'm going to try my best here. Tristan, Beaumont, Alberta in that Brogy on the left-hand side. Mercer in that 2007 Roadster. Tristan, sponsored by Mobile One, Hightower Oil Field, Blue Water Group, Total Choice Automotive. Jason missed it, was 76. Tristan, 23, goes 547.2. And Jason goes 657.4 at 107. Ladders are posted, ladies and gentlemen. Track Vision. They are posted on Track Vision. If you need to see your ladder, they are on Track Vision. All right, attention in the pits for our winners, runners up, and semifinalists. If you guys won some money today, please do not come up to the tower. Please wait. Your e-transfers will come. That's why your email is on your tech card. If you guys want... Oh, Mark Bold having problems. Not sure what happened to him. Joe Graves was 17. Goes 470 with a 3, and Mark is just going to take a drive down the racetrack. Well, once again, folks... If you won today, if you runnered up, if you were in the semis and you think you won some money, please do not come up to the tower. We will figure out payouts and whatnot and send it as an e-transfer. Once again, folks, do not come up to the tower. We will be sending you e-transfers if you won any money. That's why your email is on your tech card, and we will get a hold of you if we need to. But our next pair here, Teresa Gates, left-hand side, took it a couple rounds here today. Earlier in the day, Medicine Hat, Alberta, 07 TNT Dragster, racing up against another lady, Rebecca Bartel, Red Deer, Alberta, 03 Mullis Dragster, sponsored by On Great Earthworks. Once again, Sportsman, you guys are on standby. Get ready. Sportsman, you guys are on standby. Red light, Rebecca Bartel. She's 20 on the wrong side. Teresa, 39. And 494.7. Rebecca, 462 with a 0. Next pair, the other Gates, Ray Gates, Medicine Hat, Alberta, 18 Miller Dragster, Fast Times Machining sponsored. And Cody Graves took it a couple rounds as well today. Believe he went 2 or 3 rounds today, I think. Could be wrong. But Cody out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, in his 07 TNT Dragster. Going to try to win some more money today, or win some money today. This is quite the weekend. You get 2 races, 4 races technically in 2 days. Then you got Midas Hot August Night on Wednesday, Smoked Out Shootout on the weekend. I mean, geez, these guys, they just want to race. And it's awesome to see everybody here. We appreciate all of you choosing Rad Torque Raceway, where you want to spend your money and where you want to spend your time. Ray Gates 464 at 149.5 miles an hour. And Cody Graves, he's 37 on the tree. Cody Graves is 37 up front, goes 465.8. Ray 001 and 464.0. All right, a little bit of cleanup there, but moving into the next pair of qualifying round number 1 for Heavy Metal Mayhem. Danielle Moderson, right-hand side, Edmonton, Alberta, 1999 red dragster. Was testing earlier, decided to put herself into this race. And Robin DeRose, left-hand side, Fort St. John, British Columbia, in his 09 Mullis dragster. Danny, 19 on the red side. Robin, 15 on the green side. Robin, 5:23.5 at 131. Danny, 5:50 with a 5 at 128. All right, I'm going to make this first call. Actually, I'm going to wait for a couple more pairs. Sportsman, you are still on standby. I'm going to wait a couple more pairs. Your guys' ladder for Sportsman Pro, Super Pro, and Juniors is all on track vision. Once again, all of your ladders are on track vision. Here comes Tanner Gates. And you switched classes here today, and I can't remember who is driving this Nova. I apologize. Can't seem to remember right now. But Tanner Gates out of Medicine Hat, he's in his 08 TNT dragster, sponsored by Fast Times Machining in the Summit side. The Turbo Nova, 99 up front. Tanner Gates is 42. Both of them missing it a little bit. Tanner goes 448.7, 526.7 for the Nova. Pat DeHoniak, Seva Beach, 27 Ford Roadster. Right-hand side, and the other Moderson, Randy, 63 Chevy Corvette, Specialty Pressure Service, and Moderson Trucking helping him out here today. For Pat, Alliance Enterprises, Lethbridge Weeping Tile, and CCMR. .24 to a 2 red. Pat DeHoniak is on the wrong side of the tree. Randy, 509.3 at 136. Pat, 574.2 at 118. Tony Ostrikar and our runner-up today here in Heavy Metal, Michael Scholl, Calgary, Alberta, 22 TNT dragster. Summit side. Napa side, Tony Ostrikar. He's in his 84 Ford Ranger out of Drayton Valley, Alberta. All right, first call, Sportsman. First call, Sportsman, for round number 1 of eliminations. Make your way down to the staging lanes, please. First call, Sportsman, to the staging lanes for your round number 1 of eliminations. Michael Scholl finds the beams. 001 red for Tony Ostrikar. Wanted it. Michael, he's 20, goes 461.1. Tony, he's 702.0. Warren Niche out of Edmonton in that 02 PUT Cruiser. Lane DeRose, right-hand side. 06 TNT Dragster. Second call, Sportsman. Second call, Sportsman. Come all the way down to the staging lanes and come down in your pairs. Pair up, get in your cars, get ready. We're going to try and run as much as we can today, or try to finish it, hopefully. 20 to a 17. Warren with the 17. Once again, that was second call for Sportsman. Find your pairs, move down the staging lanes as far as you can. Third and final call, Sportsman. Pro, you are on deck. Third and final call, Sportsman. Please come down in your pairs as soon as possible. We're trying to keep as many people on the track as possible. And our winner of the first heavy metal race here today, Braden Helena, trying to make it 2 on the day. That would be cool. But Vegreville, Alberta is where he calls home in that 67 Ford Shelby Mustang. Sponsored by Helena Farms and SDHP Race Shop. SHDP Race Shop. Oh my goodness gracious. I've probably said that wrong all day. Oh. That sucks. SHDP Race Shop, and he's making his run up against Wayne DeRose in his 68 Chevy Camaro out of Fort St. John, British Columbia. 14 to a 27. Luckily, the sun isn't playing a factor into the tree today, folks, but it will soon. Uh-oh. Well, I'm seeing that little pre-stage bulb. I'm not sure what's tripping that. I bet you they're already investigating. Don't you worry. But Shane, going to be in your left-hand side, sponsored by Helena Farms, racing Braden's car, actually, and SHDP Race Shop helping him out. He's going up with Jody Herdman out of Edmonton, Alberta, in his 11 M&M Dragster. Looks like I got it figured out. Probably a little rock that just fell in between the beams perfectly. That was third and final call for Sportsman. Third and final call for Sportsman. If you guys have room, move up further, because I'm going to make this first call pro. First call pro to staging lanes, so you guys can get ready, get your tires checked, get into your cars. But once again, folks, when I call you, if you're in your pairs and you are ready, move as far down the staging lanes as you can. Shane, 35. Jody, missed it, 101. 475, 3 for Shane. 490 with a 6 at 141 for Jody. Once again, that was third and final call, Sportsman. First call pro to the staging lanes for your round number 1 of eliminations. First call pro, round number 1 of eliminations to the top of the staging lanes. Find your pairs, get in your cars, and be ready. But on the racetrack, our last car of Heavy Metal Mayhem for our qualifying round number 1, Emily Gerard out of Chilliwack, British Columbia, 02 Dragster. Right-hand side, Rad Torque sponsored. $35 up front for Emily, goes 473 at 147 and a half. All right, folks, we're just about to roll into Sportsman round number 1 of eliminations. We got 16 in Sportsman, 15 in Pro, and 16 in Super Pro. as our first pair pulls into the burnout box. Jared Greenan versus Kevin Lupien. Jared Greenan going to turn on the win light. Kevin was a little bit red, goes 15:34.2 at 77 miles an hour. Jared, he goes 11:81.7 on 11:85 dial in. Next pair, Neil McDonald, 68 Chevy Chevelle, 11:96 to dial for him. And Kevin Greenan out of Flaxcombe, Saskatchewan, dialed in at 12:09 in his 70 Chevy Nova. Oh, big time advantage. Neil McDonald pretty much left at the same time as Kevin. And he's got a 10th and some. You can see the gap down there at the bottom of the racetrack. And puts a dead 8. Taking 150. Nice. Neil McDonald is 44 total. Kevin Greenan, his light started with a 2. So, needless to say, Neil moving on to the next round. Waylon Carlson versus Randy Wilton. Randy popping and bagging, pulling up the turbo. Dialed in 13:62. Waylon dialed in 13:04. Advantage Carlson. He's got a lot to work with. Waylon turning on the brake lights. 13:10.7 on a 13:04. Randy puts it 13:66, but lost it on the starting line. Next pair, Wally Kuzik versus Wes Nystrom. Spruce Grove, Alberta for the 75 Duster in the left-hand side. Dialed in 11:72 and has got to wait for Wes Nystrom. Wes in his 81 GMC truck out of Edmonton, Alberta, dialed in 15:66. Wally is going to be sitting there for almost 4 seconds. Waiting for that top bulb to turn on to be ready. Oh, we got a drag race, folks. Wally is 13, Wes is 42, 29 between them. Who's it going to be? Oh, it's going to be Wally Kuzik. 13 dead 6. Wally Kuzik is 19 total and locks out Wes Nystrom. Wes was 42 up front and had no chance. He's 1 above 0 and could not win that race. Brendan Phillips versus Jaden Melnick, 14:46 to 11:85, 49 to 154. Brendan has a lot of room to work with. Will he get rid of it is the question. Second call pro. I called you much earlier. I haven't called you in a while, but you should be in the staging lanes. You're given some grace because we got a top alcohol funny car going to make a run here just before you. So if we could have that funny car pull underneath the tower as far as it can, while we finish up our sportsman category, and then pro, you can move down even further. Advantage, Paul Blagden versus Chad McKenzie. 08 Dodge Charger left-hand side and a 76 Scamp for Paul Blagden. Paul has got some room to work with. Will he make use of it? Oh, made too much use of it. Paul puts it 5/10 above to give it back to Chad McKenzie. Chad McKenzie goes 12:18.5 on an 11:90 dial. Ashley Isbell, left-hand side, and Eric Plintz, 2010 Chevy Camaro, right-hand side, 08 Magnum SRT 8. Dialed in at 12:38, Eric 13:20 in the Camaro. Both are late and got 100 between them, but who is going to hit the stripe first? Oh, Eric Plintz taking too much. Had to take 9 or less. 19 or less. Breaks it out. Goes 13, 16, 9 on a 1320 dial. For Ashley, she goes 12.51.0 on a 12.38. And is moving on into round number 2 of Sportsman. John Schmidt, Rob Clean-Beekman, Edmonton, Alberta, and Sherwood Park, Alberta is where John calls home in that 2007 Chevy 2500. Who's it going to be, Rob or John? It's going to be Rob. 1454, taking 45. 1454 on a 1442 dial. John slowed up the truck. It goes 1687.5 on a 1678. I believe we got one more pair. Oh, I think that is it for our sportsman category. Our pro racers have pulled down. So I guess we're going to run pro next. I'm going to call Super Pro very shortly once I start pro. So Super Pro, you guys are on deck. Please be ready when I call you. Get in your pairs and move down the staging lanes as soon as possible. Try to get as much as we can today. All right, first call, Super Pro. First call, Super Pro. You guys can make your way down to the staging lanes. Once again, Super Pro, make your way down to the staging lanes. Getting the competition by to round number 2 in pro class. Roger Bowe, Spruce Grove, Alberta, 78 Chevy Camaro. 980 the dial for him. Sponsored by Macluck Buildings. Always feels nice first round, getting the bye run. Get basically another qualifier. It's a beautiful thing, and I bet you Roger's going to appreciate it. 52 up front, taking it down to the racetrack. And goes 5 above 5. Probably glad he did that. Not sure if he let out of it or not. Didn't sound like it. We might have to bump up the numbers on the window. Our next pair for pro class, Lance Churchuk, Leduc, Alberta, 69 Duster, up against Mike Swanson, 02 Chevy S10. These two have raced plenty of times. Mike, 1122 the dial. Lance, 1172 the dial. Lance, 25, and Mike is 44 on the wrong side. Wanted to chase just a little too much. Lance moving on into round number 2. Goes dead one. 26 total. Lance Churchuk. Mike, you would have had to have a light of about 12 or less to have a chance because you went 11.25.4 on 11.22. But Jason Bourne, Dwight Altfry. Next pair, 10.28 for Jason. 10.19 for Dwight. Second call, Super Pro to the staging lanes. Second call, Super Pro to the staging lanes. Soon as you guys can come down, make your way down to the staging lanes in your pairs and be ready. We're trying to keep people on the track as much as possible. Dwight Alfry getting the win light there, 10.21.3 on a 10.19. Jason needed to take his foot out of the gas. He goes 10.25.0 on a 10.28, taking a lot. But nonetheless, breaks it out. Dwight Alfry moving on. Next pair, Cole Blagden, 10.75 versus Alan Warunke at 11.49. Advantage, Alan Warunke. He's got about 40 in the bag. And ripping it down the racetrack, goes 11.48.2 on a double breakout win, giving it back 40. Cole Blagden is 8 under, goes 10.66.2 on a 10.75, 9 under really. But I can see a lot more numbers. So Alan Moronke moving to the next round. Jordan and Jason. Jordan, left-hand side in his 89 Chevy 1500, dialed in at 1320, up against Jason Prosler. 1970 Chevy Chevelle, dialed in at 1109. Once again, Super Pro, I called you. Where are you at? I need you down here as soon as possible. Both drivers are late, but Jason's got a ton to work with. Let's see what he can make happen down there at the end of the racetrack. He is in front at 1,000 feet and rips it. 2:11.13.2. Jordan Travis goes 13:04 on a 1320 dial and is behind 88. Jason Mercer, Brian Harlock. Jason 10:25, Brian 10:26. Jason 18, Brian 44. 1 hun between them. Let's see what happens. It looks like Jason's just going to be ripping it. 10:29.3 on a 10:25 dial. Brian 10:31.3 on a 10:26 dial. But Jason getting there 36 in front. Wally Kuzik versus Chuck Amoit. Millet, Alberta for Chuck in his 71 Chevy Vega. Got the blower sticking out the front of that. 983 the dial for him. And Wally Kuzik in his 75 Duster. Dialed in at 1170. Third and final call, Super Pro. I need you guys in the staging lanes. Where are you? Third and final call, Super Pro. Where are you guys? Wally, oh, gonna want that one back. Oh, gonna want it back bad. 004 on the wrong side and dead 7. Chuck is 95, dead 4. Wally had some room, but turns on the red light. Chuck moving on. Ed Matajewski, right-hand side, was racing Peter Noyen, but it looks like Noyen is not here. Hopefully everything's okay, but Ed, 1191 the dial, moving into round number 2. With a 47 light up front. Goes 12:11, clicks it off early. Thinks he doesn't need it. Knows what the car's running. We got this top alcohol funny car, I believe piloted by McKenna Bold. And the fact that no one has come up here and yelled at me tells me that I am probably calling out the right person. Which is great. Great feeling for me. Really excited. She made a nice 1,000-foot pass last time I seen her run. First call, junior dragsters. First call, junior dragsters. When you guys are ready, make your way down to the staging lane. Super Pro competitors, get in your cars and get ready, please. Come on down the staging lanes in your pairs. As soon as you guys can get in your cars and are ready, move down. I'm trying to fill up the lanes so we can keep cars moving on the racetrack. I appreciate you guys doing everything that you can. But I please need you guys to speed up a little bit. We're trying to get as much done tonight as we can. We got rain in the forecast, so please understand that we are trying to get as much done today as possible. Thank you very much. But McKenna Bold making a nice 200-foot burnout. Making her poor crew guy just run down the racetrack. All right, McKenna has found the pre-stage ball. She's staged. Car is bouncing, but she is in it. Hits the finish line. 7:08 at 196.5 miles an hour. Both chutes deployed. Beautiful license. I don't know if she's actually licensing or just testing. But if she's licensing, that's probably a nice one to have on her record for that. Nice run for McKenna. Now we're going to move into our Super Pro round number 1 of eliminations for our second race here today. Levi made first call for juniors, so this is your second call. Junior dragsters, second call to the staging lanes, please. Second call, junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. All right, chat bleachers, I haven't talked to you guys in a while. There's 28 of you in here. How's everybody doing? We're about to see Brett Fitt go down the racetrack in a bye run here in Super Pro in his 62 Chevy Nova. Had some problems earlier. Glad he got those fixed. He's dialed in at 791. Oh my goodness. 971. $25 up front for Brett. And hits the finish line, 969 with a 5. Brett's supposed to race Peter Noyan, but not able to make the call. Same with Shaylin Smith. Clint Dallavecchia wasn't able to make the call either, but Shaylin gonna get the win light. 10:25 the dial, 42 up front. Hits the finish line, 10:15 with an 8. On to make his third and final call, juniors. Third and final call, juniors. You guys are usually on it, so I'm expecting all of you already in the lanes after first call. So test and tune. You guys can come down to the lanes when you want. This will be your first call, test and tune. After I call third call, you guys are done. Or sorry, as soon as I call first call heavy metal, you are not allowed in the staging lanes. So this is your first call, test and tune to follow in behind the juniors, but this pair, Mike Swanson, Greg McClellan. Mike missed it, Greg missed it, but Greg's got the advantage by a lot and doesn't get rid of enough. Greg was dialed in 956, goes 955-2, breaking it out 8 thou. Had to take 100 or less, well, 150 or less. But Mike Swanson turning on the win light, 1127-8 on 1125 dial. He'll be moving on into round number 2 of Super Pro. Next pair, Bella Dallavecchia, right-hand side, 2004 Mullis dragster out of Ardrossan, Alberta, 839 the dial for her. And Lance Churchuk, Leduc, Alberta, 70 Duster, 1171 the dial for him. Bella gonna have a long wait here. Oh, Bella missed it. Lance was on it. He's 38 up front. Will he get rid of it? He does. 1174-0 on 1171 dial. And Bella, 845-7 on an 839, but didn't leave his starting line. Had a little bit of problems. Not sure what happened to her. But Lance moving on. Justin Hamlick versus Pat DeHoniak. Pat DeHoniak, 27 Ford Roadster. He's from Seba Beach, Alberta. Dialed in at 914, trying to chase down the Nova of Justin Hamlick. Edmonton, Alberta is where he calls home. He's dialed in at 958. Oh my goodness, Pat DeHoniak is 1 on the starting line. Justin is 22. Pat has 21 to work with. Can he get in front and get rid of it? No. Oh, he doesn't, but it's a double breakout. Pat DeHoniak throws out the anchor. Goes 912 with an 8 at 146. And Justin Hamlick goes 953-7 on a 958, taking 10. So Justin not having a chance in that race. So Pat, moving on to the next round. Rod Boyven, 771 the dial. Corey Oslin, 764. Rod in the 02 Pontiac Firebird, dialed in at 771. Corey, 764. Double red, win light, Corey. 37 for him on the wrong side. Rod was 51 red. Corey gets out of it earlier, goes 791.8. Rod goes 791.1 on 771. I appreciate it, Speedy. I am trying here, but I don't think they need to add anything. I really appreciate the fact that they even let me come up here. But Larry, right-hand side, Larry Peters, Calgary, Alberta, Chevy Nova, 865 right-hand side in the Napa lane. The Summit lane is Corey Newman in his 37 Chevy Coupe, CP Inspection, and Bell Engines. All right, test and tune drivers. If you want to make a run tonight, test and tune drivers. If nobody shows up, we are closing the test and tune class for the rest of the night. So test and tune drivers, make your way to the staging lanes right now if you want to make a time run or a test and tune pass. But Larry Peters has got all of it to work with. He's 48. Oh, it looks like Corey shut off early. And Larry Peters goes 868.9 on 865. Not sure what happened to Corey on the starting line and during the race, but he goes 10:50 on an 8:04, behind by 2.5 seconds. He's not going to turn on that win light. Sean Tracy, though, our next pair in his 63 Chevy Corvette, 868 the dial for him, and Emily Gerard, 744 the dial for her, out of Chilliwack, British Columbia, in her 02 dragster. Well, it looks like one of our drivers not able to make it off the track under power. We're going to quickly help him get off the racetrack. Once again, test and tune drivers, test and tune drivers. If none of you come down, we are not running you. Test and tune drivers. Oh, pardon me. There's two of you here. All right, test and tune. This is your third and final call. Third and final call, test and tune. Make your way down to the start or to the staging lanes if you want to make a pass here tonight. Once again, third and final call, test and tune. Heavy Metal Mayhem. Heavy Metal Mayhem, you are on deck. All right, neither of them electing to do another burnout, but Sean Tracy In the Corvette, up against Emily Gerard, 744 for Emily, 868 for Sean. I already called this out. What am I doing? It's getting late. Let's see who's moving on into round number 2 of Super Pro. I believe this is our last pair of Super Pro, and we'll be moving into our juniors. Oh, and problems for Sean Tracy. He's shut off and pulled over. Emily Gerard puts it 2/10 above. She's 30 on the tree. And Sean has come to a stop at the 1/8 of a mile. We will make our way down there to check on him and see if we can help him get off the racetrack. Make sure he's not leaking. But for now, we'll be going into a quick pause. Oh, and it looks like Sean has got the car back under power and is moving down the racetrack. We're just going to do our little checks then. Seems like he's got everything figured out. All right, this next pair of juniors in our Thunder category, Presley McLean versus Dylan Baker. 11.95 the dial for Presley, 13.95 for Dylan. Presley calls on away her home, and Dylan High River. .46 to 110. Dylan got the advantage. Can he hold off the charge of Presley McLean? Yes, 1398 1 on a 1395 dial. Presley couldn't get there no matter what. She goes 1198 1 on 1195. Into Lightning. Riker Dupuis, Sarah Duchesne, Beaumont, Alberta for Sarah in her 17 junior, TNT junior, and Riker Dupuis, he's out of Millet. Sarah sponsors Mobile One On Grade Earthworks, Hightower Oilfield, Blue Water Group, Total Choice Automotive. And for Riker, Let's Go Distributors, Morton Distortion Racing, Lone Wolf, Bobcat Nogger. With that, Sarah Duchesne turns at 11 on the wrong side, Riker 120. And moving on into the next round of Junior Lightning. 8:21.1 for Riker at the 8th of a mile, 9:04.8 for Sarah. Clara Donaldson. I apologize, I didn't call out your name earlier. She's in her 17 Boss Junior, dialed in at 12:30, up against Easton Marty at a Millet, Alberta, in her 06, at a his 06 half-scale junior dragster. 8:49 the dial for Easton. Clara got some work to make up, but Easton, he's got 90 in the bag. Can he get in front of Clara and get rid of it? No, can't get there. 8:57.3 on an 8:45 for Easton. Clara 12:31.3 on a 12:30 dial in, and moving on into round number 2 of Lightning. Cohen Laprice, 9 flat the dial up against Owen Marty. 9:13 the dial for Owen. Cohen is sponsored by Iron Wing, Tank, and VAC. Big sponsor of our Nitro Rats Club here for our junior dragsters. We appreciate them so much for helping out here at this racetrack and for the Nitro Rats. They are a huge sponsor for them. We truly appreciate them. Cohen got the advantage, both of them sleeping. Owen 207, Cohen 146. Win light, Cohen 907.4, taking 54 to be 9 flat. And Owen Marty 919 on a 913. The reaction time kind of sealed the deal for him there. Our next pair, Braden Marty up against Benjamin Helena. Benjamin, sponsored by Helena Farms and SHDP Truck and Auto Shop, Race Shop. Love it. He's dialed in at 890. Braden dialed in at 892. Gonna make this first call heavy metal. First call heavy metal to the staging lanes, please. First call heavy metal to the staging lanes, please. Benjamin, something falling off his car. He goes 938.9 on his 890 dial. Not sure what happened there, but Braden, he goes 897.7 on 892 dial. Gonna do a little dragon here, folks. We're waiting for our Heavy Metal Mayhem elimination round number 1 to make their way to the staging lanes. This is your second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem, down to the staging lanes. I hear race cars, which means we are back to Mike Lauderwald making his test run in dirty oil. That 67 Chevy Chevelle out of Edmonton, Alberta, gonna make his single test run. Heavy Metal Mayhem, Heavy Metal Mayhem. I think all of you are here, but if you are not here, you got saved by the bell. And by the bell, I mean the dragger. So make your way down to the top of the staging lanes. Sportsman, round number 2, you guys are on standby. Once again, Sportsman, round number 2 of eliminations, you guys are on standby. (9011) at 151. Well, Carrie, it's not going to be very long. We'll be moving into Heavy Metal Mayhem real soon. Jeanette Coleman making her time run, her test and tune, sorry, out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, in her 68 Chevy Chevelle. (11:05.5) at 120 for Jeanette. And now moving into Heavy Metal, round number 1 of eliminations. First pair. A pair of Modersons. Oh, goodness gracious. Father and daughter here in first round of eliminations in Heavy Metal Mayhem. Danny getting chased by her dad. 549 the dial for Danny Moderson in her 99 red dragster. Flutter Boutique helping her out. Trying to run away from Randy. Randy's 1963 Chevy Corvette out of Edmonton. Specialty pressure service and Moderson trucking helping him out. Dialed in at 508. For bragging rights. At the dinner table. Once again, Sportsman, if you guys did not hear me, you guys are on standby. Sportsman, you guys are on standby for round number 2 of eliminations. Danny's in, Randy's in, here we go. Oh, Danny wanted it too bad. She's 17 on the wrong side. Randy, he's 40 and puts it 2 above 7. Gonna be moving on into round number 2. Next pair, Jason Talbot, that beautiful Chevy Nova. 520 the dial, turbocharged. Up against the new acquired dragster of Joe Graves. That 2010 M&M dragster out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, dialed in at 469. A lot of J names out here. I've noticed that today. A lot of Jasons. We got Joe, Justin's. Joe Graves is in. Here comes Justin, or Jason, sorry. Pardon me, I'm screwing myself up. 113 to a 76, 40 thou between them. Joe Graves gets rid of it. Joe Graves, he goes 471-0 on a 469, getting their 20 thou in front. Jason is dead for, but the reaction time sealed it for him. But coming up behind him is another Talbot, Jeff, out of Olds, Alberta, in his 71 Chevy Chevelle. Dialed in at 546, up against Lincoln Rutherford in his Ford Pinto right-hand side. 636 a dial for him. Lincoln in the Napa lane. Gosh darn, I've seen a lot of cars today. This is awesome. Get 2 races in one day. Let's see who decides. Oh, they're both in. Here we go. Oh, Lincoln Rutherford should have put 5 in the box. Or not hit the bump down. One of the two. Lincoln, he's 003 red and gets out of it early. Doesn't like it. Just says, you know what? Save the parts. Jeff Talbot, he goes 543.7 on a 546. Next pair, Rebecca Bartel, Red Deer, Alberta 03 Mullis Dragster on Great Earthworks, helping her out here in the Summit Lane. Dialed in at 461. Napa side, Wayne DeRose. Fort St. John, British Columbia, 68 Chevy Camaro for Wayne. He's dialed in at 588. And Tim is just holding them back, waiting for Lincoln to get off the track and turn off. And he has made the turn. Here we go. Wayne versus Rebecca. Wayne just looking to find the first beam. Found it. Who's going to elect to go into the stage beam first? Rebecca. Then Wayne. Here we go. Oh, advantage Rebecca Bartel. She's got about 30, I want to say 36, and gets there. 16 dead 9 is 25 total. Wayne DeRose, 59 and 2 thou under, but had no chance. Rebecca packed him up and sending him home for the day. And for our next pair, Tristan Duchesne versus Pat DeHoniak. I feel like I've seen these guys race 3 or 4 times today. 2 roadsters, a Brogy on the left-hand side, dialed 545, Pat dialed 575. Oh, and Pat has got worlds to work with. Good Lord, Pat DeHoniak, you are 12 total, taking 200. Bro. Nasty. But way too close, man. Cutting it way too close. Takes 200 at the end, is 12 total. Tristan Duchesne goes 546.0 on a 545. Ugh. Give me the goosebumps just seeing that. It's not that's the ones you see in your dreams, but the ones that are in your nightmares, you go under. But our next pair, Cody Graves and Justin DeHoniak, 06 TNT for Justin, 07 for Cody. 465 the dial for Cody, 450 for Justin. Who's moving on into round number 2? 18 to a 29, 11th thou advantage, Cody Graves. Watch that scoop shake, folks. Doesn't need to. Puts it 1 above 1 and is behind 10. But Justin had no chance. Oh, I lied. Justin DeHoniak had to take trip zip 7 to win that race. He breaks it out 9,000 or 98 10 thou. Could have got there, but you would have had a hair at the finish line for him to win that round. Cody moving on. Jason Mercer, Warren Niche. Edmonton, Alberta versus Chestermere. 656 for the Roadster, 593 for the PT Cruiser. Wow, the PT Cruiser is chasing. Nice. 58 to a 30. Warren got room to work with. 28. Does he get there? Oh yeah, gets there. 27 and puts it 2 above 8. To turn on the win light, Jason Mercer, he goes 658.7 on a 656. 58 light. Not going to do it here today. Warren not letting it happen. Lane DeRose, next pair, 550. Fort St. John, British Columbia, 06 dragster right-hand side up against Tony Ostrikar. In that 84 Ford Ranger out of Drayton Valley, Alberta. Ultra Arc Welding, Johnny's Glass. He's dialed in at 7 flat. Got a 1.5 second head start in that little Ford Ranger. First call, Sportsman. First call, Sportsman to the lanes. Sportsman, round number 2 of eliminations. This is your first call to staging. 14 to a 23, 9 thou separate them. Lane DeRose has the advantage, win light. Oh, Tony Ostrakar. Lane DeRose picking up out of nowhere. Tony puts down a nice lap. Dead 7, 23 light, 30 total. Lane had room to work with, but he goes under about a 10th. But he could have got there. Had to take 15 or less. Takes 116. It's a tough stripe against that slow of a car, though. It's a 20 mile an hour difference in AT, or in mile an hour, pardon me. But nonetheless, Tony moving on. Tanner Gates, Robin DeRose. Another DeRose. 450 for Tanner is the dial in. He's in his 08 TNT Dragster, sponsored by Fast Times Machining. He's from Medicine Hat, Alberta. Versus Robin DeRose. Also, Fort St. John, British Columbia. 09 Mullis Dragster, left-hand side. Dial in 522, trying to run away. Once again, I made a call for Sportsman. Second call, Sportsman. Round number 2 to the staging lanes, please. Once again, Sportsman, round number 2. Come on down to the staging lanes, please. This is your second call. Advantage, Tanner Gates has got a world to work with. Watch the scoop shake, baby. Puts it 9 above, taking 55. Tanner Gates moving on to the next round. God, I love TNTs. I love people, I don't, you know, I like my door cars. But if there's one thing about TNT dragsters, is you can always see the scoop rocking. And I love it. Mark Bold, left-hand side, 487 in his 08 Mullis Dragster out of Red Deer, Alberta, 487. The dial for him. Emily Gerard out of Chilliwack, British Columbia, 02 Dragster, dialed in at 472. Putting on the chase. Once again, second call for Sportsman. Second call, Sportsman to the staging lanes, please, for your round number 2 of eliminations. Pro, you are on standby. Pro, round number 2 of eliminations, you are on standby. Emily just creeping up to the pre-stage, found the beam. Let's see who elects to go in first. My money's on Mark. I would have wanted my money back. Emily's in right away. Here we go. 13 to a 38, 25 thou advantage. Mark Bold, win light. Mark Bold, double breakout. 13, 2 thou under, taking 13. Emily Gerard, she goes 12 thou under. Running a 470 with a 7 on a 472. 38 up front. Mark just closing the door on her there. She would have to throw out the anchor and just let him have it. Didn't want to do that, though. Jody Herdman, 490 the dial. 2011 M&M Dragster, sponsored by Lone Wolf Bobcat. Going up with our runner-up today, Michael Scholl, Calgary, Alberta, 2022 TNT Dragster, sponsored by Sunset Performance Engines, FTI Converters Transmissions, Pro 1 Safety Canada. He's dialed in at 460, 3/10 between them. Who is going to be moving on into round number 2? Third and final call, Sportsman. Third and final call, Sportsman. This is your first call, Pro. First call, Pro to the staging lanes. Third and final call, Sportsman. First call, Pro. That race, Michael Scholl gets there 9 thou in front, turns on the win light. He's 24. Wow. As you can tell, it's been a long day. 24 for Michael Scholl and puts it 1 above 5, taking 9. Jody Herdman, he's 1 above 1, but the 37 thou reaction time is going to hurt him. Oh, and we are stopped. The Reds are on. Not sure what's going on, but we are going to make our way down the racetrack just to make sure everything is all right. Once again, I appreciate our sportsman racers coming down right away. Pro, we're going to wait on you guys. We're just on track at the moment, but as soon as we are back racing, I need you guys in the staging lanes. But while we're waiting, I just want to thank all of our racers coming out here this weekend. Wouldn't be able to make it happen without you. And we truly appreciate that you guys want to spend your time at Rad Torque Raceway, especially all of our sponsors and everyone on in our Chad bleachers. But I also couldn't do this without our sponsors here at Rad Torque Raceway, Napa, Summit Racing Equipment, Mutual Propane, helping out our burnout blocks. We got Sideshow Fabrication and Paint, the Golf Cart People, Wheaton Honda, Powerhouse Machining Limited, OC Diesel, Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, Crystal Glass, Rod Hodgson, Chevrolet Buick, GMC, Key, Egg, Kubota Fitting, Cat, Ace Racing, Coast Nisku Inn and Conference Center, Prime Engine Remanufacturing, Cooper Reynolds, Sip Vodka, the official vodka of Rad Torque Raceway, Coca-Cola, Sea Change Brewing, Bucks Auto Parts, Kelsey Paving, Mario's High Performance Diesel, Revolution Crane and Transport, Perfect Auto Glass, Metal Supermarkets, and Orion Building Maintenance. We truly appreciate all of our sponsors here at Rad Torque Raceway. We couldn't do it without you guys either. But we got a little break here, folks. So while we check out the track, we'll wait for a minute. Maybe grab yourself a drink, grab yourself some food. Maybe go use the bathroom, because right now that is the time to do so. All right, time to hop back in your cars, guys. We are ready to roll. We're going to try to finish off our heavy metal round number 1 of eliminations, roll into sportsman. I see you guys all are in the lanes. I appreciate you guys waiting. Just wanted to get some track prep in. We didn't want to do it right now, but due to it getting so cold out, thought it was better to do it now than wait. So once again, our heavy metal competitors, please get back in your cars. Please get strapped back in and get ready to go. We're about to roll you guys through and roll right into sportsman. All right, under the lights we go. Teresa Gates, right-hand side. Dialed in at 493. And Braden Helena, dialed in at 539. He won earlier today. He's trying to make it happen twice here in our heavy metal category. Teresa, she's at a medicine at 07 TNT, Fast Times Machining sponsored, 493 the dial. Braden, 67 Ford Shelby Mustang, dialed in at 539. All right, sportsmen, you guys got saved by the bell. If you're not here, you are late. Because this is going to be first call pro. First call for pro to the staging lanes, please. For your round number 2 of eliminations, you guys should be cool. You guys should be ready. You guys should be in the lanes as soon as possible. Try to get as much off tonight as we possibly can to shorten up our Sunday. Back to the racetrack. Teresa's in. Braden's in. Here we go. 13 to a 42 advantage. Braden Helena. Will he hit the brake lights? No, doesn't have to. Goes 542.2 on the 539 dial, taking 9. Teresa lost it in the light. She's 494.3 on a 493. Braden ripping it to round number 2. Next pair, Shane. Oh, I have such a hard time saying this last name. It's so hard. You just look at it and you're like, wow. Yeah, I'm going to screw that up. But Shane, he's out of Mundare, Alberta in his TNT Dragster, sponsored by Helena Farms and SHDP Truck and Auto Shop. You can shop online for all sorts of parts you would need. 476 a dial for him. He's trying to take down Dale Bristow for Saskatchewan, Alberta. 08 Mullis Dragster, sponsored by Bell Engines and Precision Performance. 461 the dial for him. $15 to a 22 advantage. Shane, he's got 7 in the bag. Does he get rid of it? Doesn't have to. Ooh, what a close double breakout. Shane goes 473.9 on a 476. Dale is 458.8, breaking out by a thou more than Shane. Pretty much 2 when you look at the 10th thou, but we'll call it 1 for Dale. But getting the bye run here and moving on into round number 2, Ray Gates, Medicine Hat, Alberta, 18 Miller Dragster, sponsored by Fast Times Machining, dialed in at 463. All right, pro. Second call, pro. Round number 2 of eliminations. We need you in the staging lanes. Round number 2 of eliminations for pro. If you guys can make your way down to the staging lanes, please. This is your second call. Let's see what Ray can do here in his bye run. $17 and puts it 2 under. Goes 461.1 on a 463 dial. That rounds out our first round of eliminations for heavy metal. Now, for sportsmen. All right, pro, this is your third and final call. I need you as soon as possible. Super Pro, you are on deck. Third and final call, pro class. Third and final call for pro class. Super Pro, you are on deck. If we can have our pro racers make their way down as soon as possible. And for our second round, who is going into the semifinal? We're down to 8 cars here in Sportsman. Waylon Carlson, right-hand side. Chad McKenzie, left-hand side. Waylon, 1304 the dial in that 03 Dodge Dakota. Chad, 1195 in that 08 Dodge Charger. Once again, folks, it's starting to get dark. If you have the lights, turn them on. If you have lights, turn them on, please. Oh, Chad McKenzie turning on the red bulb. Waylon Carlson moving on to our semifinal in Sportsman. Waylon goes out the end 13-10-2 on a 1304 dial, and Chad McKenzie goes 1191.0 on 1195. Next pair, Wally Kuzik, Spruce Grove, Alberta, 75 Duster, up against Ashley Isabel out of Devon, Alberta, in her 08 Magnum SRT8. She's dialed in at 1242, gonna try and run away from Wally. Once again, that was pro. Third and final call, pro. I need you guys down to the staging lanes. I see 4 of you. I need 8. Once again, I need our pro quarterfinalists to make their way down to the staging lanes, please, as soon as possible. Winlight, Wally Kuzik, he's 129 up front, goes 3 above 6. Ashley getting there, 25 in front, had to take 3 thou or less to turn on the Winlight. She goes 12.39.7 on a 12.42. Next pair, Jared Greenan versus Rob Klein-Beekman. 22 Dodge Magnum, left-hand side, dialed in at 14.45. Jared dialed in at 11.80. Advantage, Jared Greenan. He's got 48 in the bag, it looks like. 46. I lied. Winlight at the end is Jared Greenan. He's going to put an 11.80 with a 7 and locks out Rob Klein-Beekman. Jared, he's 90. Math is not mathing. 98 total. Rob, light started with a 1. No chance. Next pair, Neil McDonald versus Brendan Phillips. Second call Super Pro. Second call Super Pro. Pro racers, if you are not here, you are late because I'm calling second call for our Super Pro quarterfinalists down to the staging lanes. Brendan Phillips, left-hand side at Edmonton, Alberta, in his 22 Honda, dialed in at 14.46. Neil McDonald dialed in at 11.91 and turns it red in your Napa lane. Brendan Phillips moving on to the semifinals of Sportsman. Once again, that was second call Super Pro. Second call Super Pro Juniors, you are on deck. Juniors, you are on deck. Second call Super Pro. That rounds out our Sportsman category, and we're moving into Pro. Roger Bowe, right-hand side, 78 Chevy Camaro, dialed in at 982, going up against Alan Warunke out of Edmonton, Alberta, in his 85 Camaro Z28, dialed in at 1146. I just got corrected. Roger Bowe, not Bowe. I've been calling it wrong all day. My bad. Roger Bowe. And he is 40 thou in trouble. Alan got a lot to work with. Can he get rid of it? Third and final call. Super Pro. Super Pro, I need you in the lanes as soon as possible. Super Pro, I need you in the lanes as soon as possible. Alan Warunke, this is your third and final call. Super Pro. Alan Warunke, he's 1150 with a 4 on 1146 dial. And is behind. Roger Bowe getting there first. 981.7 on a 982 dial. Had to take 5 or less, 4 or less, really. Jason Prosser, Ed Matajewski, 1109 versus 1191. Ed is in the right-hand side, leaving first. 008 Matajewski. Jason Prosser, you are in trouble. You are in big, big trouble. We should see brake lights. There they are, and putting it 2/10 above is Ed Matajewski. Yeah, he's never going to let that fly. Ed Matajewski moving into the semifinals of our Pro category. Super Pro, I need you as soon as possible. Super Pro, move on down to the bottom of the staging lanes as soon as you can. Junior Dragsters, you are up next. Come on down. This is the first call for Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Junior Dragsters, down to the staging lanes, please. Dwight Alfry, Jason Mercer, Dwight Sherwood Park, Jason Chestermere. Jason's dialed in at 10:26. Dwight 10:19. Looks like Jason's just electing to back right into him. See what happens here. Puts it 2/10 above, taking a lot. And Dwight Alfry, he was late and puts it 1.5 under. Moving on is Jason Mercer. Chuck Amioit. Ugh, tongue twisters tonight. Geez, 1971 Chevy Vega right-hand side. 983 the dial for him in the blue Vega. Lance Churchuk, left-hand side, 1169 the dial for him in the 69 Duster. Oh, 36 to a 41. 5,000 advantage, Lance Churchuk. Can he hold off the charge of Chuck Amuoit? No. Chuck Amuoit getting there 18 thou in front and putting it 2 above 7. Lance 5 above 1. Maybe the car fell off. Maybe he lifted too much. Maybe he lifted just because he was behind. Don't know. But Chuck taking the win light there, moving on into our semifinals of Pro. We're missing 3 of our Super Pro drivers. 3 of our Super Pro drivers. We are missing you. We will wait. But just remember, if you come down to lanes, we are immediately going to run you. Once again, if you have your pairs, move to the bottom of the staging lane, Super Pro. Trying to keep cars on track. All right, Super Pro, if you're not in the lanes, you are running really late. You need to make your way down as soon as possible. We have some cars here, but we're still waiting on them, I think a couple of you. But with that being said, Shaylin Smith is here with Corey Osland. Shaylin dialed in at 10:15 in her 69 Chevy Camaro, trying to run away from Corey Osland in that Mutual Propane sponsored dragster. 761 the dial for Corey. straight in. Here comes Jalen. Here comes a tree. Here we go. 54 to a 55 red. Jalen Smith moving on to round number 2. Number 3, and that's the semifinals of Super Pro that she's headed to. Who's going to join her? She goes 10-19-4 on a 10-15 dial. Corey 764-2 on a 761, but red light killed it for him. Next pair, Pat Dehoniak, Mike Swanson, 02 Chevy S10 for Mike. He's dialed in at 11:24. Pat, he's dialed in at 9:12. Here we go. Wow, we're in quick. Oh, 007 to a perfect light. 7 in the bag for Pat Dehoniak. Can he get rid of it? No, Pat Dehoniak holds it flat, goes 909-0 on a 912. Had to take 64 or less. Mike Swanson, he puts it 5 above 7. And moving on into the semifinals, our next pair of Super Pro. Once again, third and final call, junior dragsters. I'm going to make this first call. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Want you guys down into the staging lanes. Once again, that is first call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. To the staging lanes, please. Brett Fitt, Larry Peters. Here we go. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, make sure your dial-in boards are clear and visible. Make them nice and big numbers so the ladies in the tower can read them very easily. Brett out of Rocky View, Alberta, in his 62 Chevy 2 Nova. Dialed in at 967. Larry Peters out of Calgary in his Chevy Nova. Dialed in at 867. A second between them. Larry going to get pulled in by his crew member. Win light, Brad Fitt puts it 7 above 1, taking a bunch. Larry laid on the tree, and that's it for him. Brad Fitt moving on into our semifinal round. All right, disregard that first call for Heavy Metal Mayhem. We will be sitting and waiting here for a minute. We're going to run off our juniors, and then we are going to check out the track. So Heavy Metal Mayhem, please be ready for when I call you. But do not come down to the staging lanes quite yet. Emily Gerard has 56 to work with, and I'm pretty sure she knows what to do with it. She does not. 741 on a 744 dial. Against Lance Churchuk. Lance going dead 4 with an 87 reaction time. Emily had to take 60 or less. So once again, folks, disregard my top, or not my top eliminator call, my Heavy Metal Mayhem call. Because we're going to run our juniors, and then we're going to check out the track quick. But if I do make that call for you guys down to the staging lanes, please be ready. And as soon as you guys are paired up, please move down all the way down the staging lanes. But right now, I believe we have Clara Donaldson versus Braden Marty. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just for our heavy metal racers and for the rest of the night, we are done. After this set of juniors, we are done for the rest of the night. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are done for the night after we run our juniors. Track is not safe. The track staff have made the call. So we're going to run our juniors, and then that we are done for the night. But Braden Marty going to make a single here, dialed in at 894. And going to turn on the red light. He's 009 red. Seeing it really good in this darkness. But going out the end, he goes 901 on an 894. While we're running our juniors, I want to thank all of our racers. You guys were amazing today. I know I sound very mean over the PA when I'm calling you guys to lanes, and I'm trying to push you guys through as much as possible, but we were trying to pull off both races today. I will update you guys as soon as we know more information on what we're going to do with tomorrow and trying to finish this race. You guys will know, don't you worry. But for right now, we're going to finish off our juniors. And that includes Riker Dupuis versus Cohen Laprice. Cohen dialed in at 9 flat. Riker dialed in at 823. Cohen turning on the red light. He's 29 on the wrong side. Riker Dupuis, he's 002. And one below 4. Breaking it out 14 thou. Cohen, he's 18 above. Now, once again, I want to thank all of our racers here today. I appreciate you guys being on time. I appreciate you guys working with us, trying to get as much done as possible today. It was a tremendous day, but due to it being too cold and the track kind of going away on us, we are going to stop for tonight. We are going to be starting bright and early tomorrow. We're going to be on track for 9 a.m., barring weather and problems and some, you know, it is what it is. But we're going to try and be on track for 9 o'clock. And we will let you guys know the schedule for this race sometime tomorrow. So if you are still in, don't go anywhere. And if you're still here, don't go anywhere because you got a full day of racing tomorrow. And I'm excited to see you guys then. But for right now, it is good night. Maybe have a wobbly pop or two. Enjoy yourselves. And please, stay safe out there tonight. We will see you guys in the morning.